Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy morning to you. Good morning. I just made a realization, and it's a terrible one. Oh man, I just realized that we are halfway through the work week. Yes, I don't know where did Monday and Tuesday go. Wow, that was quick. But we are where we are, and that means there's only one thing to do here, and that is this.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We are kicking off the Alec Baldwin trial today. Whew, all in one breath. A little lightheaded. Hang on. Oh, we're good. We're all right. Just got a little tunnel vision there. So we are kicking off the Alec Baldwin trial today, which starts in a while. It's because it's in Arizona or New Mexico. I keep saying Arizona. For some reason, this trial needs to be moved. I'm gonna motion the court for a change of venue because I really want this trial to be in Arizona instead of New Mexico. I keep saying that, and I don't know why. But we've got to get this trial to Arizona just so it's easier for me. But that being what it is, we're gonna kick off coverage today. It's we're gonna start just by talking about what's happening. Oh man, good stuff. All right, we've got. Let's see. We've got Greeners, who's first in chat. That's what we have. Greeners this morning once again has proven his superiority in accessing the live stream even before I create it. I don't know how you do this, but I literally click the button to create the live stream, and as it opens on my laptop, Greeners is already there welcoming me in. And Greeners, shame on you, sir, because you're first in chat. It was quiet until you talked. It wasn't very long, but it was quiet until you talked. We're going to punish you for breaking the silence by sentencing you to internet ownership. That's right. All the internet and everything connected to it is now your responsibility. Also known as the chat foreperson, which is a title in name only. There's no real rights or privileges that come along with it. There's just duties and responsibilities. But and Greeners always X's you out. Yes, he does. The X comes first. So
the zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
We need to stop Greeners from winning. Well, I know there's one way to do it, but I'm not going to do that. Greeners has not deserved a ban on the channel by any means. I like Greeners. All right, I had to be careful with the hump day yell because we have zero water.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Yes, the taps are working, but that's like washing water, not drinking water, right? Any water that has spent, I don't know, the past couple months in the water tower in town probably is not something I want to, ingest, right? Is that wrong of me to be such a snob when it comes to water?
Shame on you, sir.
I get the emails when they're like, oh, by the way, added extra bleach because we didn't quite meet the standards. Yeah, I don't want to drink that.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Plus, I'm not convinced. I have not flown my drone over the water tower. I'm not convinced that it's covered on top. I think they might just be collecting rain and anything else that happens to fall in. And that might be a conspiracy theory or something, and someone could prove me wrong. But from where I sit, I can't see if the water tower is closed on top. Anyway, let's see. Good morning. Good morning. Shame, shame, shame. All right, let's see. Our water is delicious. Tap water is delicious. It has helped my second nose to grow nicely. Yes. Okay, so here's... Diana, I apologize. There are people who have been out without water because of the storm, because of natural disaster for quite some time now. I should not be complaining. This is like a first world problem for me. And there are people who are in the first world who are having third world problems. Please hope that everything gets connected and you get good, clean drinking water soon. And hopefully it tastes better than the water that comes out of my tap. But let's see.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Yes, please. Send someone with more experience. It is a circus. It is a circus out in front of the courthouse right now. Media is going nuts, trying to catch a glimpse of Alec Baldwin. This is a trial that is bringing a lot of attention. I will say though, it appears that there is more media than locals, and that might switch towards the end of this trial, which is actually fairly short. If it goes 2 weeks, I'll be surprised. But it's probably going to switch, and we'll have more local people there once they see that A, there's room today in the courtroom, because I think there will be, and B, once they just get involved in the case. You're just withdrawing from Mountain Dew. Is that what it is? Maybe we are. We're going to celebrate some birthdays. Thank you, Sharon, for the reminder. Looks like we have Thomas P., Julie Fraser, both celebrating their birthdays today. What that means is we're going to sing to them, happy, happy birthday. And by we, I mean all of us. So thanks for joining us. You didn't know you were coming to a choir practice, but we're going to right now. And by practice, I mean we're going to warm up. La, 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 la. There we go. Beautiful. We're ready. You know the words. Stand up, shoulders back, deep breath. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with that of your neighbors so we all sound like one unified choir. Dancers at the ready. We're going to sing to Thomas P. and Julie Fraser. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Thomas P. and Julie Fraser. Happy birthday to you. There you go. And daughter Sydney, too. We need to fit Sydney in here. Another verse for Sydney, if we can do that, after this intermission, where the dancers are showing their high kicks. Looks good, dancers. Keep it up. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, daughter Sydney. Happy birthday to you. I know you're somebody's daughter, so I just put that in there. Let's see. So, daughter Sydney. Where's the other ones? Let's see. I missed them. Melissa. No, that wasn't it. They're gone already. The names are just gone from my mind. Just 1 second. I'll find them again. So Sydney, I just barely said your names, and now they're gone. Stovetop Sue, it's my birthday. Stovetop Sue. You guys need to let us know it's your birthday a little earlier. We're mid-song. We haven't sat down yet, but we'll add Stovetop Sue to this. This will be the last round. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Stovetop Sue. Happy birthday to you. I think I changed the notes a little bit. But Thomas P., Stovetop Sue, Sydney, Thomas P., Julie Fraser, happy birthday. We realize this is your special day, and the fact that you could celebrate with a million different people or a million different places, that's not lost on us, that you're here with us today. Hopefully we can make your day a little bit more special. Also, head down to whatever establishment cooks pancakes. Tell them it's your birthday. Let them know that you deserve a free stack, and hopefully that works out. Denny's, IHOP, both good choices. Big drum finish here on the birthday song, everybody. Ready? Drumsticks at the ready? There we go. Whew. We made it all the way to the drum solo. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating a birthday. I think we got everybody. I think so. Wow. It's crazy. It's a wonderful morning. Local time is 7:41. We've got media circus outside the courthouse. Only only waiting to catch a glimpse of Alec Baldwin. So when his car arrives, and for the information, when Alec Baldwin showed up for the motions that were argued on Monday, he showed up with his wife, and his wife was carrying their, I believe, youngest child. I think he has seven children. And so there was like this little media circus of her showing up with carrying the kid, and I'm not sure what that was intended for.
Call from Bree.
Let's see. Bree, good morning. Are you part of the circus outside the courtroom this morning?
I am not. I'm thinking about just running down there. I can't stay down there today. I'm thinking about just running down to get pictures and send them to you, just so you guys can see what kind of crazy chaos it already is.
Yeah,
but I think I'm going to try and go Friday.
Okay.
FYI.
Friday. That's going to be a big
Friday's
day.
my light day at work. Okay. Yeah, Friday's my light day at work.
We won't tell the boss.
Right. And then I was talking to my friend that is there working. So, kind of seeing, when they think is the best day to sneak in type of thing. So,
yeah. I don't know have you heard if they're doing a lottery on the entry yet, or they have a plan for that?
I have not heard of anything yet. They haven't. Sorry, my dogs all of a sudden want to fight now that they decide that I got on the phone.
They're putting on a show.
I haven't heard it. They are 100%. They're like the puppets. They just want to make an appearance.
Yeah. I see that.
I've
got them right here.
Next time that you have somebody read with you, then that's when you have to do the puppets, because then they could scroll. See, that's when it works. You do the puppets, the animation, and then they do the reading.
I've thought this through. If I send the document to a third party, say like one of our amazing mods who wants to jump in on StreamYard, and they share the document as their screen, like they don't have to be on camera, but they share that, and then they just work the scroll. That's like somebody running teleprompter at a news station, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Then my hands are free to do the puppet show. I can talk and read. Yeah. And I won't forget, like I did last time, to scroll down. And my wonderful assistant was waiting patiently for me to bring the next lines onto the screen. So I've got some ideas going forward, but it might be a bit.
I'm telling you, I'm still trying to find the big hand puppets, but they won't ship to a PO box. But they were hysterical. Oh gosh, they were full on hand puppets. They were amazing.
Wow. Are they on the strings? So I have to learn how to control the marionette.
No, they just went on your little fist, and then you just moved them around. They were funny though.
That's crazy. Well, the last reading we did yesterday was 233 pages. Plus we added 12 plus 4, another 16. We read like 250 pages yesterday, and that's a small book, right? That's a chapter book. It's like we read it wasn't the most gripping reading all the time, and it was fairly repetitive as well, which by the end, everything looked the same. I'm like, I swear I've read this page before. Did I skip up? I swear I've read this before.
Can we go back?
No, please don't go back. But it was fun to get through. We've never read that many pages. I can pretty safely say we'll never read that many pages again on the channel. That was too much.
You say that now. I think Karen Reed documents are going to come out again.
Oh, no.
You're in trouble.
Oh, no. We'll see.
Just when you think it quiets down, it comes back.
We also had in the middle of it, I was using Siri. What I thought was like a thoughtful use of Siri was that I would ask Siri for definition of words that I wasn't quite sure on. I wanted to see the true meaning of, or maybe I've heard them in context, but I didn't know. Siri went off. I don't remember what the word was. I think it was whatever's in the middle of Adam Nuski's name right now was the word I was reading, wherever Adam is, if he's here this morning.
Bejeweled, when she kept telling you about Bejeweled, and I was waiting for her to talk about Taylor Swift. I was just waiting for her to drop in Taylor Swift's comment.
No, I didn't want that. But yeah, it was a little crazy. Yeah, she thought I said this word right here. Yeah. But I said this word right here. I can see a clear difference, but she wanted to tell me all about this word.
Inappropriate.
No, it's a family show. It's a family show. Anyway.
She doesn't understand that.
I'm pretty sure that's going to show up on Twitter somewhere on some little clip.
Oh, I'm sure. just like when, I hope please let's say they censor or they block phone numbers out in this trial, please. We don't need another phone names being dropped in the middle of it.
I just hope that Alec Baldwin has a better name for his phone.
It probably doesn't. That's the sad part.
No, I think he's a family guy. I mean, this is interesting. I have to say, first of all, let's put this out. This trial is not a trial on Alec Baldwin's acting career. Okay?
No.
There are some people that absolutely love him, or some people that actually absolutely hate him and won't watch a movie with him in it. You know, it's that. No interviews or photos in the courthouse. There's a sign on the courtroom door. I just noticed.
Oh.
Anyway, so no photos at all in the courthouse.
They probably are going to take phones away, except for with media, like they talked about last time.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, it's just that he's very polarizing as an actor for some reason, and maybe it's because he's participated in reenactments of living political individuals. How do you say that? He's been on Saturday Night Live, right? He's acted like politicians, and that often, depending on where you would lean one side or the other, it might skew your perception of him, whether he was complimentary to your candidate or not. So that might be what adds into that. But this trial is not about that. It's not about his acting ability. We've seen plenty of actors that for some reason they just show up in all these movies, but they just don't seem to have the talent. They're not the, it's just not there. It's like, look, you're trying hard and good on you, man. I mean, you're succeeding by all metrics financially. I just can't stand what you do every time you get in front of the camera.
Nobody really wanted to like Gwyneth in that trial either. And then everybody kind of changed their mind and they thought like, wait, she actually wasn't going to charge them for suing and, all this stuff. So, they had that big kind of change of heart with Gwyneth Paltrow too during that trial.
Yeah. Anyway, this one, it was crazy. It's been a circus from the get-go. He was charged initially, and we found out yesterday in motions, Ms. Morrissey was saying that the first time he was charged, it was messed up so badly, she fired the person that wrote the charging documents.
Yeah.
He was fired.
Because they had to get a new special prosecutor, and they dropped the charges. They withdrew them and refiled them. Yeah. It's been nuts, like I said, because I've lived out here since it happened, and so just watching it all happen, every time something new comes up, you're just like, is this ever going to end? Do we just live here now? Yeah. Like, is this our life? So.
It is absolutely crazy. I'm trying to monitor like 7 different feeds, by the way.
I'm gonna see if I can't sneak down, just drive down towards the downtown area and see if I can't get some text. Maybe just send you a DM on Twitter just so you can have some. I'm not gonna get in the courthouse today, but I'm gonna try and go Friday. So if they're being real strict on phones, I may have to call you after I get back home from the day. Mm-hmm. I may not be able to take it because parking. I may not be able to get there on a break and get back to it. So just FYI.
Okay. Whatever you got, that's great. That's wonderful. Obviously, as always, we encourage everyone to follow all the rules of the courthouse, be respectful, and have a good time. But if you're able to gather some information and observe some things and want to share with that.
Real quick, local news. Yeah. Local news. Yep, real quick. Local news is reporting they impaneled 12 jurors, 4 alternates, 11 women, 5 men.
11 women,
I do know that
5
for sure.
men. How many? 4 alternates, you said?
Yes.
4 alternates? For a
Mm-hmm.
5... It's like a week-long trial. They've got 4 alts. Wow. I did hear that virtually everybody knows Alec Baldwin. There's nobody who's like, Alec who? On the jury.
And they said everybody on the jury has seen some sort of media coverage, but they didn't say to what extent they said that was too. Because this time, you remember in the pre-trial, they were going to kind of pull them all together and then do one-off side things, whereas last time they did individual meetings with every juror that they were looking at, and they started with a group of 75. So,
some highlights that stuck out to me in the motions that are going to probably really impact how this case is argued in front of the jury. Alec Baldwin, even though he was a producer on the movie, they're not going to be allowed to mention that he was a producer.
Right.
He's, as far as everyone knows on the jury, he was an actor. And that's it. So the whole responsibility as being like in charge of the production, not mentioned because they said that's too prejudicial because there's an implied responsibility there over everything that happens on the set. And they said that's too prejudicial. So that's going to be out. They also are not going to be allowed to show some or all of the videos that we saw in the Halyna Hutchins trial where he's like, okay, hurry, guys, reload, come on. And where he's rushing everything to make the, to get ready, I'm in the zone, we're going to get the shot, reload, reset everybody, back to your places. That's not going to be shown.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be extremely limited. And so it really changes the perception of what was happening on the set a great deal. And I think it in a huge favor to Alec Baldwin, honestly.
Yeah, I do too. And like I said, I think they're going to go with the process of, he thought it wasn't loaded, or he was told it was cold. He didn't know. If he would have known, he wouldn't have done it, type of thing. Like, you can't fault him. It's where it seems like, from everything I'm seeing here news-wise, the way they're going.
So think of this. I just put these things together in my mind. Monday we have motions hearing, which is covered live, okay, by local news, national news, everything. Tuesday we have jury selection. The jurors all knew on Monday that they were going down to the courthouse for a possible trial. They didn't know it was Alec Baldwin's, but they knew that they were going to possibly be seated on a jury. And so Monday, they're like, what's going on at the courthouse? And they see Alec Baldwin, if they watch the news, pull up to the courthouse, get out with his wife. His wife's carrying their kid, the car seat's in the car, family man, image portrayed all over there. The wife's like, baby's crying. They hand it off to, she comes in. He's got family support walking in. I think that was very much planned. That whole thing was staged, and it's not that it wasn't his wife. It's his wife. That's his kid. His brother's there to support him. But it very much is a chance to show whoever's seen. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're not always at pretrial. He hasn't been at anything, but all of a sudden, he's here that day when he could have waited till Wednesday. So it was. I do feel a little bit of moment of convenience, but hopefully they're getting people that are going to do this right. You never know. So fingers crossed, and we'll be watching. So like I said, I'll let you know on Friday if I get up there, and I'll let you know beforehand if I'm going. So.
Sounds good. As far as the actual time that trial starts, let's see, local time, we're almost 8 o'clock there.
It's being told 10:30 is when opening statements are going to start.
10:30?
That's what we're hearing. That's what I'm hearing. But
10:30 Eastern time. Please be 10:30
10:30
Eastern
Mountain time. 10:30. I'm hearing 10:30 my time, but that doesn't mean
that doesn't add up for me because we've got the streets are lined with photographers, and honestly, at this point, it's both news media and paparazzi. Okay, because you've got a mix between these two every time you get a big name. So you've got them there. I don't see why he would be there unless they have some pre-trial motions.
Because remember they talked about there was one other thing that they said they could handle the day of trial, just it wouldn't take a few minutes. There was one thing they talked about in pre-trial, but I also think it's because they want to get Alec in, get the circus through, then get the jury in, so that way they're not getting seen or anything like that. My personal opinion is they're bringing the jury in a little bit later to avoid all this, and that's why they might start later today.
We're getting confirmation it's 10:30 Eastern, so 8:30 your time. So that makes more sense. So we've got about half an hour. That actually narrows it down. Usually, especially because courtrooms often don't open early, they might only literally open the doors 15 minutes before the trial starts. Especially in big name trials, you don't want your client just sitting out there in the hallway milling about for everyone to shout stuff or interact with. So they are going to cut that down as narrow as possible and get them right into the courtroom and be done.
Okay, they just may not have said 10:30 Eastern here. Okay, they were just saying 10:30, so cool, that works. Good. All right, well, like I said, I'll see if I can sneak down and grab you some pictures because I am going to work from the house today, but I'm not going because I have meetings, so I can't go in today. But I will get you what I can, and I'll send them to you. Can
you give us a quick weather report? I know it was very hot on Monday. They had problems with the cooling in the courthouse.
Yeah, it's not super hot right now. Right now in Santa Fe, we're at 65. It's supposed to get up to 86. But we were starting to roll through monsoon season. So we've been getting late afternoon, thunderstorms, so they cool us back down really quick. So we're supposed to have rain all week throughout the week at the end of the day. So probably about the time court's ending.
Good. Well, that will help cool things off. So wonderful.
Yes, for sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Bree. Good luck. Have fun at work. We look forward to you visiting the courthouse on Friday.
You're welcome. Talk to you guys later. Bye, all.
Bye. Wonderful. We've got a court watcher going in later in trial. That's going to be great. Megan Easton says, my favorite place on this side of the internet. Thanks, RA. Lovely mods. My favorite chat. You're all loved. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. You're loved as well. Thanks for being here. We are excited to get things kicked off. About half an hour. Let's see. Didn't want to... The media circus is absolutely nuts. It's absolutely just crazy. And I'm looking at how I know that it's paparazzi is I'm looking at the cameras, and there's a big difference between news cameras and media and paparazzi cameras. Most of the time, and not always, because sometimes you have what's called a run and gun, both news. They do news and production. It's a dual role. So they set up their own camera. They run their own script. They talk in the camera. They set it down. It's a one-man show, right? So sometimes you have that, and that's the exception to this rule. But the paparazzi generally have smaller cameras with good lenses, okay? Because they want to be able to run and be lightweight. They're usually handheld, and they're able to just run and get the shot. Whereas a news cameraman has a big, full-size, shoulder-mounted camera, which usually weighs 25 to 40 pounds. They're pretty heavy cameras. I've run them for many years. Love them. They're very powerful. They get really good shots, but almost always they work better when they're on sticks, meaning they're on a tripod. So you've got a ton of guys with handheld cameras like this, which I would put in the paparazzi category. Josh, thank you very much, my friend. Says, I have a gift coming your way. It should have arrived tomorrow. That is wonderful. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. The latest we have right now, it looks like Mr. Baldwin is arriving, or at least his attorneys are. The entourage just showed up, but we'll let them hurry and get in the courthouse. It's just a rush of people out there, but all right. Is being a celebrity an advantage or disadvantage? Probably both. Well, if you were a heartthrob celebrity and you had, I don't know, a lot of people who might be in the category of big fans on the jury, maybe that's a celebrity. Maybe so. Who's the last defendant that everyone would swoon over? And don't tell me it was the gentleman that had a lot of facial tattoos. Dina Do 420 gifted one membership. Thank you very much, Florida Sun Life. You're the recipient of that one. Congratulations. There's here's the people showing up. Always black SUVs. Is that an Escalade? Attorneys are here. This is Baldwin, I believe. You're going to see a rush of people here, as well as the noise is just nuts.
Guys, please stay in position.
Stand back.
Mr. Baldwin, how are you feeling today? How are you, Baldwin? Do you want to Mr. Baldwin,
no comments.
Are you guys feeling confident? Mr. Baldwin,
are you filming your reality show here? Are you filming your reality show from jail? Is that the plan?
Mr. Baldwin, will you take the stand?
So that's this morning. Look at the press. Look at all everyone wants a shot. Everyone wants their cameras are up. Couple questions. But once they're in the courthouse, it's going to be a little bit. One of the questions: are you filming a reality show here? The question regarding that was is talking about something that developed after he was first charged. When he was first charged, it came out that he was planning on filming his own documentary about the shooting that took the life of Halyna Hutchins, and possibly he might have even been pressuring or encouraging people who were present to sit for interviews and to be a part of that. I think that didn't happen, right? Or it didn't go forward. It didn't get released, or it didn't go very far. That's my understanding. So the question about, are you filming your reality show about this? Are you going to do that? That's what it was talking about. He has a reality show about him and his family, the Baldwin, starting next year on TLC, but I don't think it's the one about the shooting. Let's see. Holy cow. Phone is going nuts. Dr. Woolbutter, thank you. That's a cool thought. We have a grocery store just down the road. I can go get my water. Thanks for the offer. I appreciate that. We just haven't. It's been a busy week, and on our cars in the shop, which is another. I guess we can't go to the grocery store right now, but we've taken our car into the shop not because anything was broken, but because we're going on a big trip with it. It needed new tires desperately, but my wife is amazing. She budgets for everything, so we've got the budget for the car repair, and so this comes out of that budget. It's all good, but we've got to replace the tires. I think we're probably replacing the brake pads, at least on the front, and just basically giving a once over before the trip. So it's all right. Send water to RA. All right. As we get prepped for trial, we have about 27 minutes before the courtroom is going to be live. We'll probably about 15 minutes. We'll have a video from court, and that's going to be inside the courtroom. So that's good. Let's see. Hey, chat, please say hi to my hubby, Larry. He's watching but not chatting. Jennifer Juniper's hubby, Larry. Larry, welcome. Thanks. Larry the Lurker is what we're going to say. We're going to call you Larry the Lurker because you're not chatting. Welcome. Thanks for supporting Jennifer Juniper in her addiction to true crime. Let's see. All right. Good morning from Vermont. Coffee Cup, good to have you here. Welcome. We've got people from pretty much all over the state. I'm not sure if we want to do a quick, probably for the next 30 seconds only. Do you want to check in? Just say what state you're from, or if you're from another country, just drop that in chat. We'd like to just get a feel from where everyone is today, even if you're traveling. Quickly, we've got Jeff Lagoy in Massachusetts. We've got Florida represented. Kim. Ooh, holy cow. Missouri, more Florida, Tennessee, I'm skipping some, sorry, Oregon, Texas for Britt Bottoms, please stay safe. I know the storm's moving on, but, cleanup's a bear. Tennessee again, South Carolina, New Hampshire, whoa, we have South Australia for Cat Machine, thank you. Germany for Skybell. Idaho for Denise Feldman-Ersland. You were one of our great court watchers during the Daybell case. Looking forward to maybe having you in another upcoming trial up there. Rebecca Designs all the way from London, UK. It's been a while since I've been in London. I love that town. It's a city, but I call it a town. London town, Day on the docket from Scotland. Day on the docket. Love your Twitter, by the way. Thank you. Let's see. Durham, UK. Lusitania? Why do I not know this country name? Why did I failed. I think I failed geography just today. Asheville, North Carolina, beautiful place. Lots of great vacation options up there. Alabama, West Virginia. We've got Finland, Wisconsin, California, Oregon, Virginia, South Carolina, more in the UK. Virgin Islands. Is that what it is? I think it's Virgin Islands. Missouri, Kentucky, Virginia, Pennsylvania. Canada is checking in. Thank you very much. Man, UK, Finland, we really have a international. There's Colorado, Nebraska. We really have an international audience here today, which is just wonderful. Let's see a couple other places. New York. Good morning, Tash. Upper Michigan, Upper Peninsula of Michigan, British Columbia, Southeast PA, New Mexico. Another local for the trial. Dana Casey. Good to have you here. Connecticut. I think we've got almost all the checks checking in, or all the states checking in. Southampton, Melbourne, Australia. My son went to Australia. Was down in Adelaide for a while. Loved it. Absolutely loved it, except for the bugs. The spiders are huge. They're man-eaters. Michigan, Ohio, says Kimbers because Ohio's in Kimber's name. Yeah, Louisiana. New Jersey is on the board as well. Oklahoma for court. Outside of Dallas, I'm missing some. There's a lot. Well, thank you all for checking in. I appreciate that. Love to see you. Probably have seen somebody on the list who's like, "Oh, you're by me." I didn't know that. We talk every morning. We talk every day, and I didn't know you were in the same state, which is just really cool. Jenna is in Germany, or Zimmy from the bus stop is Jenna, which is Germany. Sorry. Lots of Ohio. Anyone near Cincinnati? We're going to be driving. I don't think we're going to make it actually into Cincinnati, but I think we're going through very close to that, a little south. Hello, my Wisconsin neighbor. Anyway, wonderful. Thank you all for checking in. Let me give you a little bit of a rundown on the Alec Baldwin case as we're getting set to get a feed from court on that. The trial is going to be fairly short. And by short, I mean the state thinks they can present their whole case in 5 days. And they had said that they were going to present this in 5 days prior to some of these big items being eliminated at the motions hearing. Some were eliminated, and there were some that when they were brought up, the defense just said, we have no intent of going there. We have no intent of putting any of that testimony on the stand. And Morrissey was saying, well, then I can start crossing people off my witness list. I could just X all this out. There's a whole list of people that now don't have to show up to court because if you're not going to bring it up, I don't have to bring somebody up on the other side to counter your argument. It still could go long because a lot of times, even the best laid plans seem to go upside down and things can happen. But we've got 5 days of prosecution, and then I imagine I don't think we would have I don't think we'd have 5 days of defense, but we could. We have a very high profile legal team who has researched and sought out experts in the field who are going to take some time. They're paid top dollar to do what they do, and so. But I really don't think this will be any less. It will be any more than 2 weeks at the most. Carolyn W. Love everyone here. By far the best channel on YouTube. Thank you for all you do, RA. Thank you, Carolyn W. 13 months. Congratulations. You're in your second year already. Time flies. It's wonderful. Morrissey was made for YouTube. She was. And while we're waiting for court to start, I've got to finish one thing because I was updating. We have a counter. In many trials, we count certain things that occur. And we've decided to go with spectrometer or spectrometer. No. Spectrometer. I think it was a spectrometer because the specs, the glasses that Attorney Morrissey and Alec Baldwin are wearing are both quite prominent. Alec Baldwin's they're just thick frame glasses that sort of stand out that he wears, and Attorney Morrissey, Prosecutor Morrissey, is she uses hers as a prop and a tool, both, and so she uses them to read. But then she looks down and they go up on the top of their head. She takes them off. She swings them. She sets them down on the desk. And so we're going to count if they go up or off. If they go up or off, we're going to count it. And I think we're also going to count a round trip where she has them on, she takes them off and puts them back on because that's also another maneuver she does. So anytime there's like a function of her glasses, her specs, we're not making fun of her. It's honestly, it's intriguing to watch. And it's quite interesting. I think it adds to her presentation. But we're going to start counting that, and I'm going to need your help. So round trips count, up on top of the head count. If she just puts them on, that's normal. We're not going to count that. But I'm going to need some help. I would ask that the people who do count the glass movement, periodically make sure you're on the live stream. Make sure you're not like 10, 15, 20 seconds behind because you could be 3 or 4 maneuvers behind the rest of us. And if I miss a count, if I don't get it, if I don't put it on the counter, which I need to get on screen somehow. Let's see. Okay, I need to. Is it a spectrum? What did we decide to call it? Spectometer. Spec-to-meter. Spectometer. That's what we're going to go with. All right. Let's see. counters. There we go. It's going to be a little bit bigger. It's going to be a bigger number because I really believe that this will go up over 1,000. That's a big number, but okay. I think I'm going to do all caps. You can't see this, but I'm working hard on this end. A red pen says, Chincoteague, say Chincoteague, an island off the coast of the state of Virginia. Chincoteague? Did I say that right? Red pen? I've been known to say things wrong in the past. Not recently, but Susie H. gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Susie. That is absolutely wonderful. Your generosity has blessed the lives of 5 people who are now out of slow mode Hades. Tater Tot, Ann Miller, Wendy by proxy, Judy Freese, and Ivy Berlin, all in green now, thanks to your generous gift. I appreciate that. The name for the glasses counter is, I think it's spectometer. Hang on, we're gonna. It's a little bit big. Just lining everything up perfectly. Just one second. All right, we'll have this ready in just a moment. Transparent background. Download. Okay. Got to load this onto the media player. And we're going to put it right there. Let's see if we can get DSK2 to work. Does that look all right? Spectometer. 2 is going to be 4. And then it would look, well, no, I messed it up already. We'll get it fixed here. Sorry, I'm trying to work this and also watch for court as it's. That just needs to be taller and higher. Of course, you're starting under 15 minutes. Will you check your burner read, please? Says quick, says Josh. Yes, I'm sorry. Let's see, Josh, which one? Just one second. I think I'm answering the right question. Was that it? It's Irish. Spectometer. Oh, we need a spectometer. Is that better? Steve N, do you? What makes it Irish? That's my question. I mean, I like it. It looks better than what I made. All right, we're getting this ready. We're almost there. Did that not work? Nope. That was the same one. I'll fix that. I can work with that. Box 1, we're gonna go.
Somebody just dropped off a ton of Deer Park water, like it was delivered. I think it belongs to the cat.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Someone just dropped off Deer Park water at the house. Are you serious? I was just talking about going and getting water.
Well, it has arrived. That's amazing.
Own up. Who did this? Who did this? There are two packs of Deer Park water.
Bless you, as you are.
My wife says, someone just dropped off 2 packs of Deer Park water, and I think it was for the cat. She says, Thank you. Oh, my goodness. You guys are amazing. Oh, that is so good. Yes, for the cat. My cat only drinks Deer Park water out of the bottle. You have to pour it for him. So, all right, we're getting ready to jump to court. It's going to start here in about 12 minutes. Speedway was fast. Was that you, Thomas? Thank you for the DoorDash. I think. Thank you, Thomas. I think that was Thomas, because he knows that Speedway is the closest place that has water near me. You guys are awesome. All right, let's see. Was it Vicky Kennedy? I don't know. I think it's Thomas, because he's the one that has my address. But all right, Thomas, by the way, is my podcast partner. We have a podcast tomorrow night, 8 p.m. It's not about court cases. It's actually, we call it the Not Relevant Podcast, because during the week we follow absolutely sometimes heartbreaking cases, right, that are emotionally heavy. They weigh on us a little bit. It's one thing, our morbid curiosity is there, and it drives us to come back. But at the same time, it's good to have a reset. And so our podcast is called the Not Relevant Podcast every Thursday. Is just fun. And it's the same group. It's on the same channel. We do it at 8 p.m. and it's live. You able to join and chat. Sometimes we even open up the doors to let people in on StreamYard as well. But please join us tomorrow. It's a lot of fun, and you'd be amazed just how much better you feel after having hung out and just had some fun together. Okay, let me get this right. It's just bugging me a tiny bit. Why is that not working? Oh, there it went. Spectrometer, and we'll move it a little bit over. Oops. Buffer, it was Thomas. He was amazing. Samantha Terry, thank you. Thanks for outing him. He deserves to be outed for that. Thomas is amazing, for those who don't know. Amazing guy. Great friend and amazing podcast partner. I'm going to move this a tiny bit to the left. Sorry, my OCD is kicking in, so we're going to do that. All right. Trying to find which one. As we wait for everything to kick off. All right. We have a couple different views we can see of the courtroom right now. Let me see if I can bring those to you. First, I need to save what I just did. All right, so. I can hear the buffer. It's really quiet, but it's in my ears. I just had the volume really low. I got it. Nope, that's wrong. I need to move this over here. Box 1 is 2. Box 2 is 3. So this is what we have. Oops, right now. Why is it not showing up? Why am I getting just the? Oh, I've got a downstream keyer on. Sorry. There we go. So we've got two views going on right now. Long Crime has a dual camera setup. Court TV has a single camera setup, which is interesting because typically when before court begins, you can only show the court seal when the judge is not on the bench, but they also have the entrance to the courtroom that's visible here. Let's see. Let's go right over here. This one over here. So I'm building my setup where I want everything for the duration of this. But let's see. Yes, I was drinking the kitty's water. I think it was for the cat. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate you. Looking for one more. All right. Okay, I've got everything situated that I need, I think. So as we get set for trial to start, you can see I've got my screen with all my different views and setups. We're gonna work on audio. We're gonna get everything sounding as good as we possibly can for you, so you can hear everything that happens as it happens. Let's see. I have to test the water before I give it to the cat. Bertie, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see some very good lawyering. Some very good lawyering. The lawyers that are here are paid a lot of money, and they're hired because they're very good at what they do. And so the legal preparation. And we've already seen this in the motions arguments. Alec Baldwin's lawyer, the one that has the shaved head, he gets up and he argues with no notes. he knows everything about this trial. He's committed. He's invested a ton of time, which is not cheap, into getting this set up. And Adam, did I miss your milestone message? Let's see. Join us for the Recovery Addict Select Board meeting tomorrow at 8 p.m. Issues on the agenda: the guests, the buttons contest, the man emoji, and walnut. Okay. We did have the Canton Select Board meeting last night. We live streamed that. That was crazy. That town needs some help. They've got some issues they're trying to work their way through. But we'll see. We'll see what happens going forward. Okay, Mr. Baldwin is in the courtroom. He just came in. Miss Morrissey is there. Looks like, man, it looks so familiar. Cameras are back in the same position they were with the Halyna Gutierrez trial, so this does look very familiar. He's seated right where Halyna Gutierrez was, thinking this probably the same or an identical courtroom, and that's wild. Okay, so we'll get to him in just a minute. Let's see, camera 3. Do we have any audio? Not from there. Let's see if we have it on 7. No audio from 7. Camera 8 doesn't have audio either. We got 3 minutes before court starts, but Mr. Baldwin is ready to go. It is fairly packed. A lot of people. I think it is a full courtroom now. So this might be. I'm surprised that it's that full, honestly. Okay, let's see. We got camera 8 situated. Trying to see who has the sharpest image. There's a jump back and forth. A little lighter on that one. Got 2 more to look at in just a second. Wow, are you guys anxious? Are you guys? I'm excited to get back to an awesome court. Morgan Westfall says, "Thanks for the trial coverage. I usually lurk because of my young kids. I wish I could contribute more." Morgan, you just being here is enough. But thank you very much for your generous super chat. Love it. Thank you. We also had. Let's see, Megan Easton gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Megan. You're quite a generous gifter yourself. Roro gifted 5 memberships, welcoming new people in. And Cindy RN, like the nurse, gifted a membership as well. Thank you, all of you, to the way you welcome new people to the channel. That is wonderful. Chris Wallace adding to the train, gifting memberships. That's how it rolls around here. You can't be in gray long.
1 2 1 2
1 2 3 4
1 2.
Let's see. Do we have? We're testing the mics. Yeah, camera shake. Let's see if we can get the audio on this one. That means I'm just trying to line up the timing on all of these as well. I've got 4 cameras to sync up together, which is going to be a beast. And then, of course, I got to play with the audio to put the right filters on everybody. Excited to listen to the attorneys do their thing. This is going to be good. It's going to be really good. Britt Bottoms, thank you for gifting a membership. Out and About with Diane gifted a membership as well. Lenova gifted a membership. Thank you, Lenova. Very generous supporter of the channel. How did you discover your cat only likes Deer Park water? My kids discovered it. I'm not sure who asked that. Let's see. My kids discovered it when they were trying to feed the cat water. Nurse for God just gifted 5 more memberships, and they're just flying out the door. I was trying to see who won, but it's going too fast. Cheryl B says, "Hey, chat, I love being with you guys each day." Cheryl B, It's the time for the gender reveal. We got 9 months of support for the channel. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Love it. You could have had a baby. Well, I'm not saying, I probably shouldn't say that, but babies are had in less time than you've been here with us. Can I just take that back? I think I think I've got the right sound effect for that.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not going to go there again. So sorry, it's too late. Yep, shame. Here comes the shaming. It's slowly coming.
Shame on you, sir.
There it was. I was waiting for it. Pauline Anna says, been here from 35K subs, but I had a lurk period. Thank you, RA. Hope your throat is not hurting from yesterday. Yesterday we read 233 plus pages of Young Thug Motions, which was crazy. How's that foot taste, says DMB. Well, give me a minute to get it out of my mouth, and then I'll tell you. Sherry Smith, member for 14 months. Thank you, Sherry. Excited to get this court kicked off with you. Best place to be. Love my RA family. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Crystal. The like button is one of the best ways to support the channel, and it's free today only. Click it once or click it 3 times. Just don't click it twice. Out and About with Diane, member for 10 months, says, keep up the great work, RA. I love spending my nights with the chat. This is, speaking of nights, this is going to be a later trial because, I mean, here it is 10:30 and they're just starting. That means that instead of ending, about 5:30, we're going to we could be going to 7:30 Eastern time in the evening, depending on how late the court runs. So it's going to be favorable for those of you who checked in from the west coast of the country or the western part of the country or in that similar time zone, whether you're north or south. But the rest of us are going to be up a little late, which means we are going to probably start about 9:30 each day, about an hour before court starts. Golden Girl won our internet yesterday or the day before, I forget. Here for the shenanigans, let's roll. 17 months, one of the OGs. Also, Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships, trying to let everybody in. The thing is, when it gets crowded like this, we have to turn on slow mode just so we can read everyone's message because it goes too fast. And then we give everyone memberships so that slow mode doesn't apply to them. That's the thing. If your name's in green, slow mode doesn't apply, and you can just chat as much as you want. So it sort of defeats the purpose of slow mode, but I love it. Weezer, hey, RA family, put this towards new tires for vacation. Thanks, Weezer. I appreciate that. We are getting new tires on the car. It's something we budgeted for. We planned on it, so it's in the plan that way. But I appreciate the thought. Susie, thank you very much. Excited to start a late trial finally. Yes, get one on the West Coast at last. Lady Writer as well says, sometimes I lurk, sometimes I'm not here, but my love for this community lives on. You guys are rock for sure. And of course, RA, thank you. Lady Writer, thanks for the kind words. Congratulations on the 15 months. And I love that butterfly, by the way. That thing is amazing. Love the stripes. It looks like my goatee when I first started growing it out. It had white stripes as well. Now it's just mostly white. Natalie O gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Natalie. All right, we are moments away. I say that because we're 5 minutes late. This court has started late a lot, I think. Did I remember that rightly? Was it correctly? Were we always late with Halyna Gutierrez as well? Is it the same judge? Marcia, it is. It is. And if you watch the motions here, and if you go back and watch them, that happened on Monday. We covered it live. If you watch that, they made objections and made motions based on what happened in Halyna Gutierrez's trial.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
And said, we watched that trial. We don't want that to happen. And the judge ruled, yeah, that's not right. That's not going to happen. But it was allowed in Hannah's trial. The speaking objections, it was a big one. And now, in this trial, the judges said no speaking objections. If you want to make an objection, you come up to the bench and do it. You're not going to be able to say, objection, hearsay. I guess you just raise your hand and be like, Your Honor, may I approach? And then you come up and say, objection. I don't know how it's going to work. And honestly, the lawyers, even though defense asked for that, they're the ones who filed the motion and said, we don't want speaking objections, because Miss Morrissey, she's really good at just interjecting commentary during objections. And instead, they say, we don't want those. We just want objection and reason. Objection, hearsay. That would be appropriate. And the judge said, I hate I hate when people like you, defense, file motions like this. I don't like you doing that. But I'm going to take it one farther, and any objection you have to approach the bench to. And they're like, whoa, they got too much. They wanted a little bit to punish the other side, and they ended up getting sort of punished as well. And now they're hoping that the judge relaxes the reins a little bit on that, because it's useful for them to be able to make an objection and to sort of impact the jury, even in that moment when the jury shouldn't really be ruling, deciding on anything based on what the objection was. Lynn Hoke gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Tash gifted a membership. Thank you, Tash. And Ann G gifted 5 memberships. You guys are absolutely crazy. Bug Duggar gifted memberships. Nurse forgot. I think I got everybody. I think I did. I'm sorry if I missed them. Let me just see if I can go back. Breezy says, check Twitter. Check the Twitter machine. Looking for a message from Brienne. Let's see. She's down at the courthouse. She's got some pictures she's driven by. Thank you. Let's see. Got one from Phil as well. All right. We're late. We're late for court. Lawyers better behave or she'll ban coffee. Erica, you're right. One of the rulings the judge made is that they're allowed to bring water and coffee with a lid. And I think that she allowed that because of the temperature in the courtroom. I don't know. I think this is a new courtroom, a new courthouse. They don't want to, have people spill on the floor. But she's allowing drinks with a lid. Kimmy, fairly new to the channel, but love your fairly new. You've been here 5 months, Kimmy. Wonderful, thank you. Almost half a year. Love your coverage. Thanks for all you do, Kimmy. Wonderful. It wouldn't be the same without you here. You're part of what makes this channel great. This amazing community where it's okay to disagree. We just ask that everyone be respectful. If you're new to the channel, please feel free to jump into chat and say hi. You'll find out that this isn't a room full of enemies. If you're looking for a place to pick a fight, you probably came to the wrong place. We have a lot of different opinions. As you know, if you were here earlier, we've got people from all over, literally the world, who are in chat here. And probably a lot of people who share your opinion and a lot of people who maybe have the complete opposite opinion. But what we all are is friends, and we all love true crime. So let's keep it kind in here. Let's be respectful to both the witnesses, the members of court, as far as the officers, the defendant, and just be respectful in all our comments to each other, and it's going to be absolutely wonderful. You'll love it. You'll love it here. Once court starts, I'll try to be as quiet as possible. We like to actually watch the proceedings, and then during the breaks, we'll explain and discuss things as they happen. And I think that's it. I think that's where we're at. Counter is going to be on the screen eventually. Okay, don't need that one. Box 1 is going to be 6 for the counter. There's the 0. We have 0. We're counting how many times the attorney for the state, Miss Morrissey, or Alec Baldwin. Honestly, this counts for everybody. It's not just going to be, sort of jumping on one of her little mannerisms. But anybody in the courtroom that's forward of the bar takes their glasses and uses them as a prop, like puts them on their head, puts them on the table, waves them around, points with them, sort of thing. Anytime they're used for anything other than just going to the eyes. But if they're on their eyes and they take them off and put them back on their eyes, that's called a round trip, and that does count. So keep me honest on here on the count. If you see me miss one, first of all, make sure you're on the live, like up to the second, because some of these, they happen fast. But just type the correct number that you think it should be, and just know that if you start spamming a whole bunch of wrong numbers, we might have to time you out on that one. But all right. Oh my goodness, they're not done. The gifted memberships are still rolling in. Ellie Veldman, welcome. Welcome, Ellie Veldman. 5 memberships from Ellie. Candace Hoff gifted another membership as well. There are very few people in green left over. This is crazy. Claudia M says, I'm a lurker. Let me say this as well. I appreciate the super chats. Obviously, this channel couldn't function if there wasn't, some way of me being able to pay the bills every day. So I appreciate that. But at the same time, you don't need to super chat to ask a question. If you're new here, the best way to do it is maybe tag me, type @Recovery Addict. And you will see that shows up in orange on my screen. It doesn't show up in orange on your screen. But anytime your own name appears in chat, it shows up highlighted in orange. That's something that jumps out of the screen like me, like this. I see it like that on my side. And so if you've got a question that's urgent, I can't answer all the questions, but I'll try to read as many as I can. And obviously it doesn't cost anything to just tag me in chat. Yeah. So I will try to read them. Let's try to keep the tags just to a question. Lady showed up in court and told Judge Simpson, I envy you. I watch you all the time on YouTube. The role of the counter at this time is the spectometer, which I've got to figure out how we're going to show this. Let me put this down here, that up there. And now DSK 1 downstream keyer is going to be different source, media player 1. Yeah, let's do this one. Does that work? Okay. That's going to be the spectometer. That's how it's going to work.
Shame on you, sir.
Shame on me. Shame on me. The courthouse outside, the crowd has left entirely. It's 9:40. I think she said 8:30 for a 9 o'clock start. Wasn't that what she said the other day? I think that's what it was. But yes, Steven, that's perfect. That's how you tag me. I'll do my best. I realize that the chat is going very quickly, and although I try to read all the tags that I can. If I'm doing something else or looking away from it, can scroll within 2 seconds. I can lose a chat because it goes fast. So please be patient with me. It is just me on this end. I don't have producers that help me find messages to respond to. Although that's a good idea. Let's fix chat so you can see it, shall we? I would say it's a one-man show, but I have to thank my mods who do incredible work on what I call the back end, where you can't see a lot of the work that goes on. Things that happen in chat that never make it to chat, they take care of, and I just want to thank them, not just for that, but for the support they give me. We have our own mod channel where they talk to me and share and share information, updates. They find documents for me. They do all sorts of work, and I could not do this without them. So a big shout out to our mods. We have the best mods in the world, and they're right here. And you'll see they're also some of the friendliest people you'll ever meet. The counter is going to be high in numbers. Yes, we're not counting anything that happened previous to this. Otherwise, we probably would have, I'd say 60 or so would be my rough guess from the motions hearing.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
But what if we just can't help ourselves, says Bug Dugger? Well, if you can't help yourself, you can't help yourself. PJ, thank you very much. Gifted a membership as well. And we had, did I mention this? Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you for your generosity. Now that everyone is in green, this is the best meter so far. I love it. You guys, I've never been good at naming the meters, and chat is some of the wittiest and quickest people you'll ever meet. And if we ever need to come up with a funny name, ask chat, and within seconds you'll be rolling on the floor. It's so good. The sound effects you're hearing right now will be turned off during trial, so we can focus on trial. But they are triggered by people in chat using commands like this one. You just heard the whopper, which was Judge. I'll actually turn them up until court starts a little bit. That was Judge Stephanie Boyd.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
That was Mr. Farag out of Thurston County, Washington, who is still on the run. He was in the middle of trial, left for lunch, and never came back. Shame on you. That's Alan Jackson. Is it Alan Jackson?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I wish I knew this guy's name. He was from Tennessee,
I'm not a cat.
Knoxville. I'm not a cat. That's from the court video, YouTube video.
Someone with more experience.
That's Mr. Farag again.
I'm not a camel.
I'm not a camel. That's the judge
Subject matter
in
jurisdiction.
the Jensen case.
Because he's the guy.
Oh man, I don't remember because he's the guy. What court was that? He was also the. What more do you need to see? A couple. The laugh is from Jensen, the Jensen retrial.
Somebody
Anyway.
just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
That's Judge Boyd again. I don't know how does he do that, where that came from. Anyway, we save sounds during trial. We like some of these things. Oh, here we go. We've got our first feed is coming up, so we're going to sync these up just briefly. Give me just a minute. Thanks, DSN, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. It was the Tommy trial. Okay, we're going to turn the sounds down. Sounds down here now. All rise. Court is now in session. I'm just syncing up a couple feeds so we can have options for audio. We'll find the best audio anywhere and bring it to you. Okay, that's close enough. There's Mr. Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin actually tweeted out, or not tweeted out, he sent an Instagram, which had a political slant to it, so I'm not going to show it on the screen. Oh, this is his brother behind him, I think. I think that's his brother, who's also an actor. But Alec Baldwin tweeted out, or sent out a tweet on Instagram during his motions hearing. I guess he was bored, is what we heard. But he was on the phone. He was on Insta doing his thing. That was on Monday. So Stephen Baldwin, also an actor, is behind him. Let's see if we've got... Let's see, we have another feed. We want to see how many feeds get good audio, good picture. That one's live there. Court TV has the best picture. The trial here is he's charged with manslaughter. By the way, this is a it's a serious charge. But the worst sentence, the maximum sentence he could receive, is 18 months in prison. This is not. I mean that's a terrible stint to do, especially when you're looking at the fact that this was an accident. Okay, there's nobody in this case. You're not going to hear any evidence to say there was any ill intent, that there was any even idea, I guess, that this was going to happen. Maybe there should have been, and that's one of the arguments you might hear. Maybe there should have been some preparation and some anticipation of that. But let's see, let's turn these all on that way. Here's 6. 6 is on. I don't need 6. I need 7 and 8. There we go. Okay, four audio channels working. The spectrometer, I guess we can start now as soon as we see Attorney Morrissey. Is that her off on the far left? There she is. Glasses are off. Do we count it now? Do we start counting? She's using them as a prop. Not until the start. We have to wait till the start. Okay, let's have an official start, and then we'll know. What we're counting on the spectrometer is we're counting glasses, and I guess you could count Alec Baldwin's as well, because I mean he's got we've got pictures like this where he's going to wear glasses like that, but he's going to, he might move his glasses on and off his head. If they go on top of the head, if you observe it, anything in front of the bar, right? So we don't count anybody in the gallery that's doing anything with glasses, but in front of the bar, if there are glasses that are either used as a prop to point or wave at things. Oh, we've got technical difficulties. Judge bringing in a new laptop. That could have been the delay. So Miss Morrissey, if the glasses go up on top of the head, that counts. If she takes them off and puts them on the table while she's talking and then puts them back on, that counts. If it goes a round trip off the eyes, around and back on the eyes, that counts. We'll do all of that.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I believe that's Stephen Baldwin, Alec Baldwin's brother. Trying to find the best skin tone version. Oops, that's not it. Taking note of where Steven is keeping his glasses. Alec Baldwin has his glasses on back again. Look, he's wearing them. He's rocking them. They'll probably keep them on the entire time. Still no audio as the court's still working through some technical difficulties there on the bench. Is that a smirk? We've got three, I would say, similar hairstyles with two of the defense attorneys and the judge. All have some similarities in their hairstyle. I don't think he's listening to me. He probably has it's either an assisted listening device, like a court-assisted listening device, which I don't think it is. Because usually that would be in both ears, because court doesn't know which ears, need assistance. Brother's there for support. I think his wife was there, or might still be there. I don't recognize his wife. Is that his wife directly behind him? I believe this is the same. It's either the same courtroom that Hannah had, or it's an identical layout. Ooh, glasses. Look at the glasses. Miss Morrissey is right in front of the judge there. Defense, the very tall gentleman. Miss Morrissey is not short. But the very tall gentleman just towers over everybody in the courtroom. He's on the defense side. Lots of different views. Still no audio as we wait for court to finally kick off. They're almost half an hour late now. Yeah, I think that is an assisted listening device from the courtroom. All right, here we go. Judge is hitting the buttons to turn on the mic. All rise. This means the jury's coming in. Just waiting for that microphone to turn on. I don't know how far the jury, their jury room might be at some distance from the courtroom. And oftentimes that causes a significant delay every time the jury's brought in and brought out, just because they have to travel a little bit. Sometimes they even have to go to a different floor, depending on the layout of the court. So that might be what's causing the delay. I like the, is that a lavender shirt? Call it lavender. There's our jury walking in. Finally got our fourth feed lined up. And it's way delayed.
The matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin.
That's awful audio.
All right, jury. What are you doing? Oh, I have it on. So, I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom, okay? All right. So I'm going to, this is a criminal case, as you know. I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe NM 87508. the above-named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm. Count one in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507, the above-named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such that an ordinary person would anticipate that death might occur under the circumstances. Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions. All right. Along with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time. The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30, unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pad and a pen? Okay. Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair. You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded, okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay.
Whoa.
Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand. Okay? I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there is nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing this rule. All right, so We're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right. Go ahead, counsel.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
Looks like they get to approach. You'll see that one of the rules is when you approach the bench, it would be an ex parte meeting, even if it's in the same room, if the judge were to talk to one side and not the other. So anytime, like Miss Morrissey has something to say, the state gets to go up, and they get to have a say in the conversation as well. Everything that gets decided once court begins is shared like that. So you'll always see both sides up at the bench for that. All right. Everybody's up there now, talking it over. Miss Johnson is the newest member of the prosecution team. She's going to be doing the opening statement.
Good morning. When someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a real-life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, it's straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real-life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Halyna Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single-action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single-action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF, and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
You have to disassemble the gun.
And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to have a training session with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun. And you'll learn a prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine. But you'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that each time the defendant handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms. The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun. And you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. It wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here, and it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him. And she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round. And the evidence will show that Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armorer. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors, like the defendant, to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Ms. Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Ms. Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Ms. Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger. The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications. He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position, fine. check the full cock position. Fine. And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held until he pulled the trigger. You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time, that gun fired as it was designed. Each time, when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Ziegler told the Sheriff's Department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the two of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Haig and Lucian Haig. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Lucian Haig will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Haig will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler, and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you, with his 50-plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Very soft open from the prosecution there, newest member of the team. There is breaking news in the Karen Reed case that a fourth juror has come forward and saying that we were unanimous on not guilty on 2 charges. We've got the documents here. We're not going to interrupt with those right now, but it's out there. 4 jurors now. Let's go on to defense. Here they're opening. Is that Steve? The bailiff Steve teaching how to use the tech? I don't know if that's the bailiff or the tech guy. The counter is counting how many times glasses, either from any member of prosecution or defense, including the defendant, are used as a prop, and the judge. So if they're taken off and pointed at people, or they're taken off, put on the table, put up on the top of the head, taken off and then put back on, that counts.
Good
but
morning.
It has to be in front of the bar.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets. And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking, that's a dangerous act, that's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor. and he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced, meaning it had been checked and double-checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if we don't.
He's wounded and on the run. Play again. Continue.
It's like a movie premiere, guys.
Harlan Rust. Need you stand up nice and slow, tossing your weapons you have.
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready?
Harlan Rust. Did you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have?
Watch his eyes.
What help can I get right there?
Joel, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands? Till camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, one. Yeah. Draw your gun and look up and point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This way, for now.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alec.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust.
Boop. Oh my goodness, it scared the daylights out of me. I'm sorry.
Ready, ready, ready,
They want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust.
The eyes.
Nice.
It's a scene similar to scenes we've all seen in movies and television, performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene, it's just not unfortunately captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded, and it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant, no one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Halyna did to work, for acting to work, you have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real. The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies. All over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat. Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch in Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes, well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ooh, first objection. They did not. It's bad for. Look at the disgust on the defense lawyer's face. Spiro, I think is his name. It's bad form to object during opens and closings, but sometimes you need to. They're going to argue this one out outside of the presence of the jury. I get the feel that this opening for the defense was written by the Writers Guild of America.
The evidence
has
will
a
show
movie quality feel to it.
That guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armorer armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety being important has the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls, above the armorer and sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church, their actors are not in their normal clothes, it's costumes. There's debris falling from the ceiling, it's fake debris. And they yell out cold gun. And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case. It means that the gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible, literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art. Cold gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him, in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. On a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move in the actor. He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger. Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively exclaim. Shock turns to panic. 911 is called.
Out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatcher. Don't need that.
San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
Bonanza Creek Ranch. We've had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay? This fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my shoulder and yell at me? He's a disgusted gun. He's responsible for what happened in the film.
Now, Mimi?
No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people are injured?
2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility. Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside, trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Halls, the first assistant director, is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun feverishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Halyna tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes, memories change, there are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, you know, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop cart inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double-checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones.
There's an objection.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach this is Ms. Johnson.
Ooh.
They consented to the exhibit.
They consented these exhibits. We've already had 2 comments. Let's approach. This is something more serious. They consented these exhibits. Now we have Attorney Morrissey joining in this. The prosecution does not like these videos being played. But they did agree. There was part of what happened in the motions in limine. Both sides were supposed to talk to each other and okay what exhibits were going to be shown or could be shown at the beginning in the opening statements. That was supposed to be worked out and agreed upon prior to this. I've looked at that. I do think that's Alec Baldwin's brother, Stephen, behind him. That's not Matt from Court TV.
The remaining witnesses from inside the church are interviewed on the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double-checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust. There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical, lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are, they're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet. And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet. And this case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media, and then at that point, they go to the last step, right? We've done the cart, we've gone to the truck, we met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did. And as things roll into police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object, they found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alec said in the statements that they will take or picked out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armor and the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them. In this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits, and there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. If he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alec's statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief. A father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armorers and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did, is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin. But they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect. Right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. You know, and I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide. He did not know or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take the prop gun. They're blinded by the shine. They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had adamantly maintained, that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round, or any round, in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec. To get Alec. To have this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Lucian Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity. However, Lucian Haig will tell you that in his analysis he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part the critical part of the firearm, and it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors, and they maintained that position, that this modification was a matter of import, for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun, there will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial, that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove their high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then, here and now, tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie set as a whole was improper or anything. That they hired the wrong armorer, I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood. And she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines. That one of the protocols wasn't followed. Or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this. Like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior. Not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sarah Zachary's fault perhaps, Dave Hall's fault, faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are, at worst, 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
The judge says, you got to approach or what? Wow. Third objection during this. I think the defense knew the second time what he'd done wrong. And he's like, I'll just move on. But third objection from the state. I think he's got a better script as far as opening introductory statements. The defense has a better script. It's not being delivered,
as I was saying,
as good. Oh,
the witnesses in their grief will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course, why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things. He didn't. No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word from the witnesses and from eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. You know, these things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things. And he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward, and they will have gaps in the evidence as well. Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Cannell, who investigated this case. The lead detective. Or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved her life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy. Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
Big finish there. Alec Baldwin committed no crime.
Right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do. And we'll see you back here about 20 of. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Tag, congratulations on 18 months. One of our OGs here in chat asking the question, are we opening or closing today? That's a little sarcastic, and I understand that because the opening statements are you're supposed to tell the jury what they're about to hear. Okay? Listen, this evidence will about be presented, and there was a little more than that. He strayed from that. That could have been the reason why there were objections, why they were brought in a couple times. Also, there might have been some objections about some video and some statements that were being brought in from people, factual statements that were being brought in. Not sure why the state objected then and not when the defense told them everything they were going to use in their opening. But, this is courtroom. This is chess. This is the drama that we watch. All right. I've missed a couple on I know Alec did the glasses a couple times, so we've watched that. Interesting that we get to see court during the break and not just the seal. So this is fun. This is fun. There's a lot happening here with you've got Alec Baldwin over here. We've got lots of cameras, and I love that. That means if something happens, we're going to get it. There was something that happened in the gallery earlier on, and a gentleman wearing a red neck pass, which appears to be a press pass that's issued by, I believe, the court, because other people are wearing very similar ones, stood up and ran, basically climbed over people to get out of the courtroom. And not sure what that was. We might not find out, but he looked very urgent to get out of the courtroom. Could have been an urgent phone call or something, but that's where it is. Closing from defense are going to be dramatized, characters, costumes, everything. It is. By the way, holy cow! Gifted memberships flying in during the openings. I wasn't able to call them all out, but Greeners gifted 10, Red Pen gifted 10, Lenova gifted 5, Bug Dugger gifted 5, Nurse for God gifted 5. They're just unbelievable. I think they're trying to hit Adam Nusky, who's recently become gray. Adam's a longtime supporter of the channel. There he is. Adam Indecorous Nusky. Adam changes his name regularly to be a name that's relevant to whatever we're talking about. So that particular word, indecorous, I asked Siri to define yesterday during our live stream, and Siri thought I said intercourse. And the definition came back as Siri thought I had asked for. So that was a little wild. That's why he's added that to his name. Jennifer Cochran-Felt says, been fishing in Canada for a few weeks. Good to be back, Ari, in chat. Send pictures. Jennifer, send pictures to the burner phone. I'd love to see what you caught. Was it halibut? Was it salmon? The salmon run's starting right now, I think, because I've got YouTube's telling me all about the bear videos that I need to watch. I need to watch every minute of the bears eating salmon at the falls. But Christiane says this: there's been a fourth jury member that came forward in Karen Reed's case. Yes, there has. I've been looking at that. Our mods were great. I think Amber broke this for me before we saw it anywhere. She had the document. There is another affidavit. This is from AJ. He's met with juror number D, or juror letter D this time. This is the fourth juror he met directly. There's no intermediaries here. This juror called and was a little frustrated with how everything ended in the Karen Reed trial, said it was a whirlwind and a little bit confusing. Did also indicate that the entire jury had agreed unanimously on two of the verdicts. As this continues to come forward, it does put a little more pressure on the state. But there are some legal problems. And I think one of the biggest ones that needs to be answered is the timeliness of the objection, or the lack of objection to what the judge did, that declared a mistrial on the Karen Reed thing. But let's see, how long is the break? I don't want to... Let me see if I can read. Where can we send this? Holy cow. You're seriously going to stop? You're going to cut the feed every time they take a break? Man, you must be... Oh, okay, all right. He might have had tummy trouble. He might have. In that case, I hope he made it to wherever he was headed before he needed to be there. Let me briefly read this. I can't put it up on screen just the way I've got my cameras situated. We're running 4 different feeds simultaneously to get the best audio and video and make sure we don't have any dropouts. Supplemental affidavit by Alan Jackson in support of Karen Reed's motion to dismiss. Let's switch back over to, let's do a 2-shot, shall we? Hang on. Back, box sources, box 1. Box 1 is 5. I don't want to do that. Never mind. We're good. We'll just say box 2 is 4. That's good. So let me read this. I, Alan Jackson, declare I'm a partner of the Los Angeles law firm and Workman Jackson & Quinn, LLP. I have been licensed to practice law since 1994. I'm a counsel for Karen Reed, appearing on her behalf in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts pro hoc vice. On Monday, July 8th, I was contacted by Juror D True name and identity withheld to maintain anonymity. Based on my conversation with Juror D and that juror's description of who he or she is, where he or she was seated, and certain identifying information, like name and occupation, disclosed during the voir dire process, I was able to positively identify Juror D as a sitting juror in the trial of this matter, including Juror D's seat position. Juror D told me that he or she decided to reach out to me because he or she was uncomfortable with how the trial ended. He or she said that the last day of trial was a whirlwind and everything happened fast. He or she recounted that his or her perspective was that the jury was brought into the courtroom, the note was read, the mistrial was declared, and the jury was then rushed out of the courtroom. Following a brief meeting with the judge, the next thing they all knew, the jury was on the bus. Oh, there's a bus stop. Bus stop jurors. He or she described the end of the trial as very confusing. Juror D said that it was very troubling that the entire case ended without the jury being asked about each count, especially count 1 and count 3. Juror D explained that the jury reached not guilty verdicts on count 1 and count 3, and that the disagreement was solely to count 2 and its lesser offenses. Juror D said that the jury was actually discussed telling the judge they had agreed unanimously on not guilty verdicts for counts 1 and 3, but they were not sure if they were allowed to say so. The jury believed they were compelled to come to a resolution on all counts before they could or should report verdicts on any of the counts. After discussion, the jury decided to inform the court that they were deadlocked, and they expected they would get further instruction about the remaining decided counts thereafter. Juror D explained that he or she was confused and upset that such further instruction never came. Juror D explained that after the jury was excused and aboard the bus, many of the jurors appeared uncomfortable with how things ended, wondering, is anyone going to know that we acquitted Karen Reed on count 1 and 3? No one ever asked us about those counts. Juror D stated that once the case was over, he or she remained very uncomfortable with the result. He or she reiterated, it did not feel right. He or she said that part of his or her discomfort was that he or she knew that the jury had reached verdicts on 2 counts and Karen Reed might be retried on those 2 counts. Quote, that's just not right, unquote. I inquired whether, in his or her opinion, other jurors would agree and acknowledge that not guilty verdicts were reached on count 1 and 3. Juror D, without hesitation, said in substance, every one of us will agree and acknowledge that we found Karen Reed not guilty of counts 1 and 3 because that's what happened. Juror D reiterated that he or she believes that it would be unjust for Karen Reed to be retried on either count 1, second-degree murder, or count 3, leaving the scene with injury or death, because the jury had already unanimously found her not guilty of those charges. Juror D further stated that if necessary, he or she would agree to testify in order to explain to the court that the jury unanimously reached not guilty verdicts on count 1 and count 3, as long as his or her identity remained protected. The foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of the State of California and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Executed this day July 9th at Los Angeles, California, and signed by attorney Alan Jackson. So that's juror number 4 coming forward, supporting the claim that was made in the Karen Reed trial by the motion by the defense. Let's go back to, see, we're on camera 8 this time. We're still in break for Alec Baldwin. Yeah, something has to happen. I believe that the court will have to take some action, but what is appropriate? What is the right action to take? I'm not sure. Bugdugger says, tell Adam to take his tinfoil hat off, please. They're trying to hit you with a gifted membership, and you're dodging because of the protection you're wearing. You're pulling the trigger all wrong. You're pulling the trigger all wrong. Jennifer, thank you very much. I can't wait for the pictures from the fish. I know you caught some. It's possible to Alaska and not catch fish if you go fishing. Let's see. A Digital String Theory says, member for 7 months. I'm rethinking my choice to pay for a membership. I'm worried y'all are going to run out of people to gift to. We have done that. There have been days where every individual who is capable of receiving the gift, and there are some accounts that YouTube deems not capable, and it has to do with how you're set up as a business or things like that, and has their settings turned on, have received gifts. And so gifted memberships have come in and have not been claimed, and they get refunded that way. So just know that if that ever happens, they are refunded to you, according to YouTube. Tag, thank you very much. Bugdugger, major gifting happened here. Nurse for God, not done. Sends another one as well. Thank you very much, Nurse for God. Donna Parker, that one goes to you. Keep up the chatter says, I'm tired of the elite getting away with everything. They are no better than us. Okay, so this addresses an issue that is sort of an underlying theme in this trial. We have a high profile, a rich person, a rich actor, someone who is Hollywood elite. I don't know what my kids are hammering on in the other room, probably some of my equipment. But somebody who has a lot of money. And what we've seen when somebody who has a lot of money is charged with a crime is they tend to get a very good defense. And by good defense, it usually has a larger team of lawyers, and they are solely dedicated or are able to allocate a large chunk of their time specifically on your case. And it has benefits. It has benefits especially when there's a lot of documents to go through, a lot of material. Say, for instance, in Sarah Boone's case, where she was given a court-appointed lawyer multiple times, that lawyer had many other cases on their workload. Their docket, their list was quite crowded, and so only a little bit of their time could be devoted to Sarah Boone's case. And they did devote some time, and they came up with a theory of what to do. It didn't help, according to Sarah Boone. But imagine if she had somebody or a whole team of people that would look through everything she has and, really sit around the table and brainstorm and come up together. She probably would have a different defense than the one that her attorneys had presented or were planning on presenting. And money does make a difference, unfortunately. And it shouldn't. It shouldn't make a difference when it comes to actually justice. Got another call coming in. Let's see who's on the phone here, on the burner phone.
Call from Bree. Quick.
Bree, quick. How are you doing? We're about to go back to court.
Good. We need to put a 99 on the background for Andy Samberg that was in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who looks just like Alec's attorney that gave the opening. Go Google it.
We've got a
He
doppelganger.
was in the show called Brooklyn. Yeah, it was called Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Is that a fire show?
No, it's a police show. It's
Police?
a comedy spoof of police shows. But yeah, the main actor, he was in Saturday Night Live. He was in I'm going to call it Gift in a Box skit from Saturday Night Live.
The Timberlake one?
Yes, that's the other guy
Never
that was in it
seen
was Andy Samberg.
Okay.
I figured, but I'm just saying they look just alike. So Google his picture, and then if everybody else agrees, we need like a 99 in the background for his stint in that show.
Okay, so Brooklyn 99 is the doppelganger for Mr. Spiro, right? The guy who gave the defense opening statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. All right. I can't even click on that, Adam. I can't click on your words. Bree, thank you very much. I was wondering what 99 meant. I hadn't seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine, so thank you.
Yeah, it's just a TV show, but I didn't think a present would be appropriate. So
Yeah. No gift in the box on the thumbnail. Thanks, Bree.
Right.
We'll see
exactly. Bye, guys.
Bye. Greeners is not giving up, trying to hit Adam Nuske with a membership gift. Gifted another 10 memberships. Goodness, Greeners, thank you, my friend. That is incredibly, incredibly generous. If you suddenly found yourself in green and have not been green before on this channel, just know that one of the perks of membership on this channel, in addition to not being time limited on your comments when we're in slow mode when it gets busy, is that you get to take a seat. You have reserved seating in the front row. So you can do that by just typing !seat in chat, and you can then proceed to be ushered into the front row seat where no one sits in front of you, but all your friends sit beside you. So that's an option. You're welcome to do that. Let's see. Angela, I will look for your email, forward it to Mrs. R.A. Thank you very much. The gifters are freaking amazing. They are. This is an incredible, incredible, generous community. Teresa Super gifted 5 memberships as well. Red Pen gifted another 5. Adam, do you have your gift setting turned on? I don't know how you're getting missed. YouTube is looking frantically for anyone who's able to receive a gift still, and is dishing them out as we can. If you want to know if you received a gift, a lot of times YouTube in chat will tell you that it happened. Other times you can just type and notice that your name is green when it appears in chat. Kimberly G gifted 10 memberships. Whoa. This is unbelievable. Diet Coke Mama was gifted a membership. She's a close friend of Mrs. R.A. That's really cool. If you don't know, make sure you type !gifts in chat, and one person, only one person. So you can have wait till somebody else does it. That's okay. But when you see the link that I'll put up on the screen, it has to be gifts with an S, Mrs. Keg. There's a page you can go to, because YouTube's not going to give you a membership if you don't want one. So you can click to this link. It will take you to another page. Make sure your slider on that page is moved to the right side of your screen. If the slider that turns gifted memberships on this channel, and it tells YouTube, yes, I'm willing to receive a gifted membership if one is available. Once that setting is set, you only have to set it once, and then if a membership does come in, you may be eligible, or you're in the pool at least to receive one. All right. People are entering the courtroom. We're about to come back from break here in just a moment, I think. Set it and forget it. Synth, you're absolutely right. Just got back. Did I miss anything on break? Right, we are on break. We just finished both opening statements, so we're about to hear from witness number 1. I'm going to be keeping notes on this. You're welcome to as well if you'd like. We're going to be doing things like counting how many witnesses they have on each side. We're going to be comparing some witnesses, and we're probably going to see some familiar faces from the Halyna Gutierrez trial, because these are basically the same individuals who testified in her case. Halyna Gutierrez herself has been listed by both sides as a witness, but she has said she's not going to help the prosecution. She won't testify to help them. She's still on the witness list. There may be some sort of deal in the works to try to get her to testify. I don't know if that will happen, but yeah, we'll wait and see. That's a big question mark that looms over the court case, to see if she testifies, because she's currently serving time for the conviction for her part, for her role in this, what she was found guilty for. Let's see. I don't even know where we left off. We had Nurse for God gifted 1, AZDCS gifted 1, Teresa Super gifted 5, Red Pen gifted 10, Kimberly G gifted 10, Debbie Wilson gifted 1, Teresa Super gifted another 5, DSN gifted 5, Coffee and Crime gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Woody gifted member for 14 months. Says love this group, and Recovery Addict. Whew. It is it's great to be back with you in a live court setting. This is a lot of fun. It's never fun to be a little bit on delay, but we're back live, which we love. It's like Christmas, says Whisker Wonders. Yes, if you're a brand new member on the channel, you'll notice that there also appears a little icon next to your name. That is a courthouse. That courthouse, thank you, Lael. That courthouse indicates how long you've been a member. So the very first time it will be blue, and then it will go light blue. Let's see if I can find some colors to demonstrate with some people's names. For instance, we have a brand new member with Lacey. Lacey says, all these lucky people. Lacey, you are one of them. You have received a gifted membership, or you're a member, one of the two. I can't tell the difference because you have that blue courthouse by your name right here. And next month, if you either continue membership or if you're gifted another membership, it will go to this light green color like Anna Banana. Lots of Santas in the chat. Following the light green, it will go, let's see if I can find it. I think it goes to dark green. Man, it's a tough one to find. I'm not sure if we have many people in that phase. But eventually at 6 months, you will get a, let's see. Here we go. Let's go. There's, oh no, I broke everything. Pause. I've got to fix it. Turn that off. At 6 months, you will get a yellow courthouse. And at 12 months, you'll get an orange courthouse. And that proceeds, I think eventually you end up with purple. Purple's the top because I like purple. Purple's the main color from my college that I graduated from, and I like wearing purple shirts. So that's why we made it the final color. But you can see that it's sort of just an indication of showing how long you've been a supporting member on the channel, and we thank you. And if you're not, it doesn't matter. The fact that you're here is wonderful. This is a fun community to take part in. I don't know my own colors. I don't. Little miss. I own up on that one. Because purple is the bestest color ever. All right. Not sure how long this bathroom break is. The judge does, I thought she would just say break, but she's been so blatant as even during the motion hearing, she's like, the court needs a bathroom break. Basically, she's saying, I need to go to the bathroom. So there it is. That's where we are. Let's kick back, taking it easy. Greeners gifted 10 memberships a minute ago. Thank you very much, Greeners. Teresa, lucky 13 months. Thank you very much, Teresa. That orange looks great. Great next to your name. Thank you very much. It just showed up past comment. Yellow was the 6 months. 6 months to a year. The longer it goes, the longer the breaks are between the changes in the color of your courthouse. I want a pink one. Do we have a pink one? She said back in 20 minutes. We've got a few. Going back over the opening statements as we were reviewing these, I'll say this. The opening statements were very different. I was expecting a more punchy opening statement from the prosecution. Instead, it was a very soft delivery. Almost so soft that it felt like there were parts of the delivery that seemed to be exculpatory or at least shift some of the blame to someone else, where really you expect the prosecution to point all fingers towards the defendant at that time instead of give the jury ideas at the very beginning of the case that other people might be to blame. So that was interesting to see that. Defense did a much better job. I think he memorized the first part, or at least rehearsed it more. Towards the end, after several objections, I think he got thrown off just a tiny bit. There were a few points where he stuttered and mixed up some words and seemed to sort of lose the rhythm. But he did have a big finish with sort of the mic drop closing that we would expect from them. Diet Coke Mama, welcome, says my favorite YouTube channel in chat. Thanks for being so awesome. We get to see you next month. That is awesome. Buffer sound, that buffer sound you hear in the background is very quiet, but that's only allowed to be triggered by mods. They're the only ones that can trigger it, and it means that I need to pay attention to something. So let's see. With so many new members, can we give a rundown intro of the channel and what makes us a unique chat? I will do that, Amber, for sure. First of all, let me first go back and say, what was the other one? There was one other thing. Linda M. 4 months plus lurking. Thanks, RA, for all your coverage of trials, the best mods, and chat. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I would say that if you came to the channel and you like what you see and hear, the big part of that is how you see you're going to be treated in chat. And that is because our community is absolutely incredible. We are a group of people that don't always just agree. We definitely don't agree politically. We don't agree on verdicts, on guilt, on innocence. We often fall on different ends of the spectrum there. But what we do agree is that we love true crime and we love watching it with friends. And so we ask that all your conversation just be couched in that, within those boundaries, that we be respectful to people. Share your opinions, but let's not call names. If you find somebody that just rubs you the wrong way, and occasionally you do, feel free to block them, but just leave that out of chat. You can block them individually. You'll never see their comments. Everything will be fine. We can get along at the end of the day. And we do pickles, not politics. That's important. I'm a big fan of spicy maple bourbon pickles. They will change your life if you haven't eaten them. No, they're not a sponsor, but you can buy them at Walmart for like $3.84 for a jar of happiness. And that's cheap. That's cheap happiness. They are a little spicy. Top shelf pickles. And they're good. They're good. I'll go into a little background about my channel name here if we've got a moment. I called the channel Recovery Addict because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I am a metal detectorist, someone who goes out metal detecting and finding bits of history that have been lost to time in the dirt. And I started the channel with the intent of sharing videos of me going metal detecting. I love those videos. Turns out most of you guys didn't, or at least I never found people who did. Had just a few members. For a couple of years, barely had any subscribers. Ended up going to work full-time for the Department of Defense. Worked my way out of a contract there, was out of work for about 7 months. And at the end of the 7 months, I was just frustrated with the job search, knowing I didn't want to move to many of the places that wanted to hire me, but not being able to find a job that would work, and running out of money, literally looking at, we have to sell everything we own now just to live, I started live streaming true crime, which is something that I've always loved as a hobby. I went to school for this, so all this you see here, this is stuff that I've accumulated over the years, more so recently. But I went to school for that, so I loved video. I loved camera work. I don't like being on camera. I never liked that before. But we started live streaming the Darrell Brooks trial, and the first day we had just a handful of people, like 12 people, and the next day we had 45, and the next day we had 450, and the fourth day we had 13,000 people visit the channel, and it was amazing. And it turned into what is now my full-time job. I bring you, and what I try to bring you is the best content, best video, and best audio of court cases from around the country. Sometimes we go there in person. We've got equipment to go live from anywhere. We've got cell phone coverage. We've got cameras, audio, mics, switchers. Everything you see in the courtroom, wireless, you name it, we have that here. And so there are some cases where we will be the pool media for those cases, and there are others where we are in the media pool and just get the feed as well. So that's a little about us. Am I allowed to talk about what I did for the DOD? I can tell you I had a top secret SCI. Do not have that anymore. I've dropped that clearance. And if I ever write a book about what I did, I have to clear it through the Department of Defense, like my entire life. They did the most invasive monitoring you can possibly imagine, where they constantly monitored my bank accounts. And anytime I made a transaction, like if I moved money, it's like we're saving up to buy a car and I moved the money from one account to another, I had to explain why that was. It was the weirdest thing. Anyway, that's about it. I did monitoring. I ran software that monitored computers. Greeners, did you just gift another 10 memberships, Greeners? Or did I scroll up? Anyway, we've had, between Darrell Brooks trial was a big growth for the channel. During that fourth day, we hit every metric for monetization on YouTube, and thousands of new members. We also covered the Maya trial, which was a big thing for the channel. Part of that coverage involved me going down to Florida for one of the hearings after the verdict came in, and streaming that straight from the courtroom. It was amazing to meet the family and Maya and everybody else. That was wonderful. And Dr. Joe, incredible, stayed at his condo down there. Also, a big part of growth for this channel is when we covered the Cavalcante manhunt up in PA. A lot of you found us through the Cavalcante manhunt, as we found that the news in the area was not providing much information, but there were people on the ground that were, and we collaborated with some of the people on the ground and brought you police audio and everything else, and camera footage, so you guys knew what was happening in your own neighborhood. And it was a long, I think it was about a 13-day manhunt that we covered, and got a lot of new members there. And you transitioned to the world of true crime quite seamlessly. so thank you. Frosty Jen gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Frosty Jen. That one went to Nikki. Congratulations, Nikki. Sherry C says, "Why am I not green?" You are green. You are green, Sherry C. Look at that. Well, I can see it. It shows up black on my screen on this, but if you look in chat, your name is green. We do have a second channel. It is called Top Mark Media. That is the business arm. I do have a media company that will file for media access for courts and everything like that. And it also does some production work for events. So I have equipment. It's actually right down there. I have equipment that we use for corporate events and things like that, where we run audio and video for those locally under that name. But we will sometimes be streaming trials on Top Mark Media. Those channels, that channel, I typically do not provide any voiceover. So it was just going to be court feed only and no commentary. So like we followed the Chad Daybell trial there most recently. Did you guys help to catch him, or Nova? We like to think that we did. No, what we did is we provided information for people on the ground who said, I've got helicopters flying overhead and police cars are driving by, and I can't find any information on what's happening in my neighborhood. And so we brought in slightly delayed police audio. We brought in a couple people that were on the ground that had live streams going that would show us where the blockades were, what was happening, updates from the media, or from the PIO to the media, as well as a lot of commentary from individuals that were, oh, look at that, we just got another glasses one on the top of the head. That were on the ground, just people on the ground saying, hey, this is what happened in my neighborhood. This is what we just found. This is what I'm hearing. And that was, we were watching live when they arrested him. Yeah. All right. You forgot the podcast. Yes, we have a podcast tomorrow night, every Thursday, except for holidays. So we didn't have one last week. Glasses down. Glasses down doesn't count. Putting them on is just what everyone does. It's taking them off. That's how you take them off. That's the flourish. Edsel Dog, 14 short months later. Seems like yesterday. Welcome. Love the Orange Courthouse. Let's see. I motion for a TM command. What's TM? Spell it out for me with a crayon. My brain's not making the connection, Amber. Oh, top mark. Okay. My business. Okay. I'll make one of those. Thank you. Sorry. I'm like, who's TM? Who are those guys? All right. Any second now, we're going to have some an introduction. Get your notepads ready. This is day one of what should be about an 8-day trial. The jurors should not have been taking notes before this. Everything said at the beginning is not evidence, but they should have their pencils and papers out now for what is about to ensue. And the spectrometer is going to start climbing rapidly. Oh, specs. Specs down. This is bailiff. I think that's Steve. This is still one version, even though they're being pointed around and waved. They go back on. Oh, ooh! It was a tease. It was a tease. They're still off. Is it anyone's glasses? It's anyone's in front of the bar. So Alec Baldwin, the judge, any of the lawyers. I would even say court personnel would be included on this counter. We do have quite a few pairs of glasses present within the well, so we'll count them all. We don't need a close-up of somebody blowing their nose, please. Oh, glasses off. Oh, it's not blowing the nose. It's cleaning the glasses. I was afraid it was going to be the clear the schnoz moment, which we don't need to have on super close-up. But no, it's polish the lenses instead. That just indicates that the tissues provided by the court do not contain lotion. Lotion tissues, not good. Not good for polishing glasses. They leave streaks. I see the lady in the gallery is doing it, but we're only counting glasses. Ooh. Glasses back on, that's okay. We don't count that one. We only count the takeoff. Jury's coming back in now. It looks like the jury has a bit of a walk. So we might have some long pauses to explain things. Eric, go ahead and put in as much as you think is appropriate for what I did for work. Eric happens to know because he works at the same place. Sorry, I just outed you, Eric. Nurglerot. Teresa just gifted another 5 memberships. Pauline, we cannot see the jury, and the judge said we will not be able to. We can only see that when they stand up. That's the only time they're gonna stand in court.
Call your first witness.
State calls Nicholas LaFleur.
Nicholas LaFleur.
Sir, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
You invoke the rule, Your Honor?
Sure. Rules invoked.
I'm sorry?
The rule has been invoked.
With regard to the
That's
invocation of the rule,
that's sequestration.
Our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case, so given that, I did not continue my objection that I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Case agents allowed in.
Why is everyone standing looking at the... What's going on? Somebody's getting kicked out.
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the City of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LaFleur? Okay. And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they called the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you mean when you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of New Mexico.
Okay. So when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western themed, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. Just got to take it one piece at a time, see who's hurt, make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Am I? I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
Was you going to recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor. We've consented to both lapel videos
right,
today.
That's fine. Okay. So you may publish. This is States 1?
4.
States 4.
How do I get the monitors to come on?
Ryan's going to do it.
Okay.
Do you know how to do it? Go ahead, do it.
We've got tech issues already. They'll become more comfortable with the tech as we move on. Lawyers are good at a lot of things. Very few of them are good working with tech.
All right.
Hold on, his monitor's not on. Are your monitors on? Yes.
This one's not.
We'll turn it on.
It's on, but it's green light.
Green light's on.
Let me go get the adapter.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking? Or do you want?
Sure, the monitor won't just come on?
It won't just come on.
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter. Right.
Okay.
Is that glasses off again?
Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
Matter.
You got your tower kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the PDMs?
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
My hand is on it.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than an ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter, or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So.
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From the hospital?
Sure.
Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest.
Okay.
Or shoulder area.
Thank you.
It's okay.
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with her blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
Joe. Come on, Joe.
This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to remove it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Oh, push on the menu button.
Clear.
And then there's a clear at the end.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Still frame from the video they're showing.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe county fire medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Halyna Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
.32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. What do you need me here? No. You want a BBM?
Hell yeah, please.
He's good. He's got a broken shoulder. This is how repeat your information.
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over and seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which is more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is more appropriate than the one that goes around your face? And when you say the one that goes around your face, what do you mean?
If the oxygen were to run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe it's more, I don't know.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got air.
Do you have ears, ma'am? Do you have stethoscope? Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple? Nope, at the top. Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Halyna, deep breath. Deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit's back here.
You guys,
do you have another?
pack it?
No.
What do you guys need?
I just need another gauze pack. Something for pressure. I'll take a big one.
This one?
No, this one's good.
This one?
No. Ab pad? Do you have an ab pad?
Underneath the right shoulder blade, the postural area coming through the roof.
All right, thank you. I just need something. Thank you.
You got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help him get the stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Thank you.
Here's priority number one. Let's start clearing and all this stuff out of here. Get everything in here and get it out. All right, yeah, we got air flight and round.
Not on me here. We can get it from the Halyna?
Halyna? This is Halyna Hutchins. What side? I got the air. Thank you. Get all that out? I'm not behind you guys. All right, just need to put you in. We're going to need to get her going right away.
Officer LaFleur, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay, and do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
We got it through and through on her. We went through and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everyone.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet, and my understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, take over that. You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's the ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked the ETA on the helicopter.
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe Dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one. So.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the you can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, and allow only certain people in and out, because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay, and did you know who those people were?
No.
Okay. Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall. I haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and for first responders.
Okay.
Okay. Right there, that's... Okay. And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move... All right. Hold my guys. Okay. Where's the bird? It's right here. Okay.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them it was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
Approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can you carry this back for you, sir? I got it. You got it? This one's priority. Hey guys. Have you guys step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting the pilot, one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up, because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
Just went in and made sure that medical that people were receiving medical treatment, and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
A few questions have been leading so far, but no objections yet. So Mr. Souza is still in the church. That's the other stretcher.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
In the bird room? Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They're in IVs, getting IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out, watch yourself.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah.
There's a couple of them on patrol.
Is that your truck? And whose jack is that? Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. Be careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So,
His phone?
Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on scene?
It's probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone?
All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes, sir.
Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4? Okay. So 2 more other than you 2?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he Reed, camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at? Yeah, you help me find him?
Yes, sir. Right here on the cell phone with the cowboy.
Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot?
Holding the gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead.
Very good.
I want to make sure this is the right part. Okay.
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second. LT.
So apparently I was not given the appropriate reaction. You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
There was a stipulation they don't play this part, and she's playing that part. Jump ahead 5 seconds. Judge not impressed. This should have been worked out before.
Do you want to pull the trigger? Do you want me to have him sit tight, or?
Yeah, you're gonna have to sit tight.
Sit tight in the unit?
I have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the 2 people that were in the room.
Okay.
You may have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit, or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing out people's names.
Okay. What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
And why? Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it, rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Okay.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
The guy that was shot? Okay.
Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance.
Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that he's.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was.
Wait right here.
We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back on patrolling. But I prefer to not put you there. Okay.
You want water or something now? I want to find props and get a cigarette.
So, why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose, is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I got it. What do you got? You got medium? Normal? Take it.
So you don't want a cigar?
Sure. Very kind.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm right there. The silver car is Alec's vehicle. You want to put him in there?
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
We can wait in there. We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
Is Joe gone? They both gone?
Yeah. Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
If you know Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put him in the air.
In the air, okay. Why are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making sure.
And why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave, so I'm there with him.
Okay.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I first got at the church, and the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area?
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where majority of everybody was, yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
It's a crew.
It's a crew?
A dozen people, but a lot of it was outside. Inside that building was small. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time? Six?
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was one of the other directors.
6 or 7? I need a definite answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got one here, the 2 that were injured. That makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2? Yeah, he's got Ross. More than 6?
Supervisor, I keep track of the narrative and how many where. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room?
I was at the door.
You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Why don't you come on over to the back of
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay, understood.
You're right at the door? Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. Where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
The one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
It seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low flames.
They had loads.
Officer Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Rehearsing, you give me the empty gun. And we don't even have any of the loads. It's hot until we're ready to shoot. So we put the earplugs in. You all right? I'm not worried about her. Yeah, well, me as well, but what's your situation? She's stable now, I think. Get her in there. The shoulder hit her where both of them took it in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not right. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So shattered. There's basically a rotting to blank, because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing I had. I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Okay. Who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. They're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight and administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners, that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side.
Blood thinners?
And he seems to be doing better than she was, so absolutely. They might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bird, so.
St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people. They were in the room when it happened. All their IDs. So. Okay.
Get it all brought down. I'm not sure what CID come out for.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Okay.
Hey, sir. And I'm just hanging out with him because he's the one that pulled the trigger. So.
Okay. Yeah, he tried it. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago and. Whatever you can do.
Notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah. So you start. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
And he was trying to pack wounds? Did he ever pack wounds?
Officer LaFleur, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors, yes.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No.
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Looks like the thing's shaking.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one?
Don't back up. We've seen it.
Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand.
He's gesturing with his hand.
Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, I'm going to stop the video there. What else did you do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp, and that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Did at any point in time did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding the gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay.
With the glasses.
Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
This is a cleanup question.
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there until dark.
You were there for 10 hours?
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It's a long day.
It is if that's what they need to be done, so.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, let's see if they come in swinging hard or if they just gloss over this. This isn't it's not what I would call a key witness. He testified very timidly, haltingly, very similar to how he testified in the Halyna Gutierrez trial.
May I proceed?
Sorry, Mr. Spiro.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
Always fine when the court interrupts me.
Oh, a little flirting with the judge there, wasn't it?
Sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thanks. When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
Sure.
Object to the former question. It is Mr. Spiro testifying in the question. Okay. May we approach?
No speaking. Oh, glasses have come off. Okay. Object to the form of the question. We're at 45 now. Thank you, DMB. DMB, you're doing a great job tracking these for me. You're pretty much the only person I'm watching on the time because I know you're consistent. We are counting the counter in the corner. We always like to count things during trial, and we're counting the number of times the glasses are changed positions. Just putting glasses on, like if they're sitting on a desk and put them on, we're not counting that. But anything else, go off the head, waved in the arm, put down, things like that, round trip, those count.
Mr. Baldwin, he looked very shocked. If you could picture Mr. Baldwin in a pale state, like unsure of himself, you could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
He won the objection.
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go, right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. He asked, inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
I don't remember you being asked about that on direct, were you?
And you mean asked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the dispatch report, you know that you received that wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it, and then the detectives determine whether or not it was an accident.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said it was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Oh, Sarah Boone.
Did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside. For them to tell me who was in order or what witness.
You've discussed your testimony previously with Ms. Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Just in a pretrial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory?
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
And whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
Taint comes in.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view or their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
Not to my recollection.
Defense is dragging this witness everywhere they want him to go.
You know, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses, but get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave was that? Did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
When you say a post, you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean, there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars if they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in it at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained. When Ms. Morrissey asked you, well, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the Santa Fe Police Department.
Question asked and answered.
It was a different question.
And one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, we'll move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say I had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can we cue that up, please, if that's okay with the court? He's saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him.
Oh, it's impeachment.
Well, you want me to clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any, I took it as the way how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now
are these your words?
Did you, in fact, say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that?
Your Honor, let's approach
No.
if we can.
Prosecutor wants to approach because he's talking about Gutierrez. Like, whoa, wait. We're being careful not to talk about the Gutierrez trial. Right? We don't want that just being blurted out here. I believe we have, if I'm not mistaken, yes, glasses are on top of the head for the prosecutor, which is evidence, prima facie evidence, prima facie, see what I did there, that the glasses have been maneuvered. It's just me, or does that defense attorney resemble Brian Koberger? Oh, yes, he's BK looks very, they have some similarities. They're both very tall, slender build. I wouldn't say, definitely not a doppelganger, but I can see why you would think that.
I'm just going to ask you, did you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading a statement and it says my name next to it, then I more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
He looks like Mr. Shapiro.
And
his name is Spiral.
One of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's
making
the statement. The hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his lapel, and I would ask that can I put it up on just his screen? Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the jurors. That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing...
You know what? We're going to take a lunch break real quick, and we're going to be back at 1 o'clock, okay? Please don't talk among yourselves.
The judge has lost control of the court already. She said in the motions on Monday that she was going to rule this with an iron fist. There would be no speaking objections from the tables, from counsel. They would have to approach and talk about anything. Nothing would happen in front of the jury. And already Miss Morrissey is sharing paragraphs of commentary. Regarding objections. There's back and forth dialogue that's taking
you're
place.
You're excused. You can move over. And this thing is a battery and counsel approach.
You're excused. You can move over. And this thing is a battery counsel approach. The judge already, she's going to have to claw this back. Okay. She's going to have to claw this back to try to regain control of the courtroom, specifically regarding objections. And I don't think she can, for two reasons. First of all, Morrissey is very comfortable doing what she's doing, and she's comfortable doing it in front of this judge. They have a relationship. They work together often, and she is comfortable doing this, knows the limits, how far she can push, and so she probably will continue to her benefit. It's probably going to help her out a little bit. Let's see. We've got a couple things going on. People are leaving the courthouse. Court staff. Bailiffs are here. Families leaving. Not sure what Alec Baldwin's brother is listening to when he has that earpiece in. but he's listening quite intently, even holding it against his ear at times. And at times when I think that it's not audio from the court as well, where there's quiet times in the court, he's doing that. I don't know. It makes me think he's like trying to follow a basketball game or something. I was just jumping through all the other channels, showing who's showing what. We've got Law and Crime, Court TV. Law and Crime's showing the back of the TV. I'm not sure why. It's like an OnlyFans, I guess. Court TV is showing that, and we have our feeds as well that are separate. Let's see. Told you it's a ball game that he has the money. Yeah, maybe he's listening to us. Hey there, welcome. All right, so we're up to 48. Just a cool 46 times that glasses have been maneuvered. I think only 2 of them have been Alec Baldwin. The rest have been, the vast majority, as DMB pointed out, have been Miss Morrissey on the defense. Spicy, a little bit spicy with the dialogue back and forth, although this witness himself, Mr. What was his name? We've got Nicholas Lafleur. Nicholas Lafleur was also an early witness in the Halyna Gutierrez trial, and it seems like he's giving the identical testimony, even with the same halting responses, the same timid voice, the same type of responses at the same time, which means that Miss Morrissey is pretty much using her script from Halyna Gutierrez on this witness. She's using the exact same thing. It's going to be exactly identical. We could probably play the 2 side by side and unsync the voices. You know, it's that similar to the Halyna Gutierrez trial. He was timid there. I believe he got led by Mr. Attorney Bowles as well in that trial because on cross-examination he doesn't know what not to say, right? And so when traps are laid for him, the attorney has a question. It's innocence, right? He's trying to be helpful. He's a police officer. He's there to protect and to serve. He's not extremely experienced, especially in situations like this, and he's agreeing. And because he's so agreeable, as long as it doesn't go against his conscience or his recollection, he can be led to a yes very easily. And so they're getting him to testify and agree to things that he probably, a more experienced witness would at least qualify the answer more or try to get around answering directly, especially if they had a dog in the fight. It's good that he doesn't, right? This is a police officer who's just supposed to be testifying about facts. He's not taking one side or the other. And in many areas, he did hold that line, specifically talking about whether he agrees it was accident or not. Problem is, he made the statement saying it was an accident. See, R.A. Pauline says, I absolutely dislike the defense's aggressive approach. You? Pauline, I love the court chess game. I love the back and forth. I think that I can already tell that the drama he's introducing, and by drama I mean we have overt actions. Okay, his arms are out here, and he's over here, and he's over there, and he's pointing. That might wear on me a little bit over time. That seems like it's going to be a bit much if it continues, because it does seem contrived. We saw that in his open as well. It seemed scripted. I mean, every open is written, and they write it out like that usually, like this. Not every open, but it's common to see someone write their opening for a court. But this seemed like it was written, and it was written by the Screenwriters Guild or the Writers Actors Guild, or I don't know. It seemed like it was. I mean, it had. I think there was even an example of alliteration in it, and almost like a poetic feel at times, where it was written in a style to convey more impact than just the words would, as a matter of fact. No water around your stuff. I've got the lid on. The judge said I can have it if I have the lid on. Okay, let's see. But Morrissey pulls her own character bits too. She does, and her glasses are part of that. Her glasses are her prop. If she doesn't have her glasses, she does not know what to do with her hands. Okay, that's what she does. She speaks with her glasses like other people speak with their hands. So they just have different styles. I think both of them are effective. I think right now, especially while we've already seen the judge question one juror sort of jump in and be like, Is there a problem? Are you distracted by something, juror? What's going on? Listen, eyes are up here. Eyes are up here. So I think they do need to keep the attention on what's going on in the court. We have a room full of people who, some of them are looky-loos who just want to be like, oh, there's Alec Baldwin. I want to see Alec Baldwin. Some of them are like, hey, I love court. I want to watch this. Other are media, and they're taking notes, and like, I've got to tweet out. I've got to send 6 tweets on the next break, and we need some stuff made up from what happened. All this stuff is going on at the same time. So there's a lot to see for the courtroom, for the jury, and so they need to be focused. They need to be focused up forward and get used to focusing to the questions of the jury, the answers of the witnesses, and the direction of the judge. And they'll get better at that. So maybe the need for drama will diminish over time once they get used to being in that setting and seeing the motion of the court and everything else. All right. In this trial, are the jurors allowed to ask questions? Yes, they are. The judge, though, this is the funniest thing, because I've never seen a judge do this before. Possibly she said this with Halyna Gutierrez, but I don't recall. We've seen where they say no questions, right? You just sit there and listen. Sometimes you can't even take notes. Like Alex Murdaugh trial, you couldn't even take notes during that trial. But times when they ask questions, like for instance in I think Letitia Stout, didn't they have questions in Letitia Stout? For some reason that one rings out. But you have these great questions. You have, the jury writes a list of questions. They get turned in. Maya trial is a good example of this. A list of questions that are turned in. Here, the judge says, you can ask if in the rare exception, the rare case where a lawyer hasn't fully fleshed out the details that this particular witness has to testify about, if that happens, then you may, on a piece of your notepaper, write out a question and turn it in before the witness leaves the stand. And I'll determine if I read it. It's almost like saying, I don't want lots of juror questions. I don't want you guys definitely are not running the show, jury. This is not your Q&A session with all the witnesses. So I hope to see some questions. Usually once a jury asks a question, especially if it's the first question, if a question gets asked and it gets immediately presented to the witness or it goes through, that's a good sign. That opens the floodgates of like, oh, that's how this works. This is my first time on the jury. I didn't know I could do that. I seen the process now. Now I'm comfortable writing my own question and just tearing it off and saying, hey, bailiff, right here, take this up to the judge. But yes, that's the short answer. In Stout, yes, they allowed questions. This one, they are allowed questions as well. They are allowed notes, which usually go hand in hand because how else are you going to write a question? I have a 10-minute break between meetings. What have I missed? Well, Paul Mac, it's lunchtime right now, so grab some food. It is 2:20 in the afternoon in the East Coast. It's noon, basically, in the West Coast, or 11:30 or so. So we have I think we've got an hour for lunch. Did you say an hour for lunch? I think it was an hour for lunch. I have to tell you, there have been more gifted memberships today. I believe this is the second highest gifted membership count that we've ever had in the history of this channel. You guys have gifted so many memberships today. Yes, the wife made the call. That was good. And just like that, Greeners, congratulations. Half of these are yours, I swear. You've been gifting things like crazy. And we're giving memberships, another 10 out tomorrow on the podcast. But, oh my goodness. Greeners gifted another 10. Krista just gifted another 5. Thank you, Krista. I love Krista with the sharp S lightnings. And I think Adam Nusky, who everyone has been trying to hit with the gifted membership, which is really just luck of the draw. Adam is still in gray, even though he gifted a membership himself. I think he was trying to see if he could gift a membership and hit himself with the gifted, which would be epic. I mean, that's next level stuff right there, to gift yourself a membership. P-Fog, is great to see you back in green as well. Love the yellow courthouse. Anyway, just amazing. Just amazing. You guys have been wonderful. And I know we've got a lot of new people in here. As we wait on lunch for the court to come back, thank you. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That helps both helps the channel, because that does financially help us continue to do what we do, and it also helps each other that they get to participate and enjoy a lot of the perks and the little fun stuff that we do on the channel that way. So thank you very much. Big Mike, also thank you for the gifted membership. New Mexico time is 12:30. Thank you, Twubble. That means they're just 2 hours behind. 11:30 West Coast in California. So that means New Mexico's on Mountain Standard, or it's Mountain Time. Whether it's Standard or Daylight, I can never tell, but Mountain Time there. Do you know why jurors aren't allowed to take their notes home after the trial's over? Mary, this is standard across the country. I've never seen a case where jurors are allowed to take their notes. They're always destroyed. And I think it's because we protect the deliberations of jurors, and the notes are sort of an extension of that.
Oh.
Thal, my friend, happy Wednesday. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing just great. We made it all the way to lunchtime in the Alec Baldwin trial, day one. So
there you go. Yeah, it's been spicy. I really like the defense. Hey, do you think Proctor's sitting there taking notes about this trial, being like, "Oh, that's how you do that"? Oh,
you think he should? He probably should. Oh, crime scene? You leave the tape up? Okay, now I see. I see how that works. Funny you bring up the Karen Reed trial. We did just have breaking news during this first session of day one of the Baldwin trial. News broke in Karen Reed's case that Alan Jackson filed another supplemental motion. Juror number 4, they're calling it Juror D, has come forward as well and come directly to Alec Jackson and said, hey, yeah, I have a problem with how this ended. We all were not guilties, and now she's going to get tried again for those charges. It was a whirlwind. It was confusing. That wasn't what we were expecting. We thought that she would get acquitted on those 2 charges. I think that's going to add pressure to the court to do something about it.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is I've heard from a lot of other lawyers that have stated, the big brain lawyers on other lawyer shows, and this is 5 or 6 of them on YouTube so far.
Yeah.
So it's the collective lunacy, as I like to call it, and that's collective wisdom.
Some of them are absolute geniuses, and I respect their opinions so much.
No, they're lunatics. Anyway, listen, even geniuses are idiots once in a while. And that's kind of what happened here, because here's the thing, is that as a lawyer, you may look at something and be like, oh, I've seen this 100 times. Logically, I'd do this, right? But when it comes to a jury's opinion, we actual laymen have a much stronger grip on what they would think than the lawyers do.
Right, because we don't have that legal mindset.
There you go, because we don't have the legal bias in there. We don't have the training. We don't have the education. Yep. So we're working from their standards. So
we show up with our red Solo cup, and we're just like, show me where to vote.
There you go.
Yeah,
exactly. But that's the thing, is that the thing is I'm not filling out those parchment forms. I totally understand where the jury's coming from. Mm-hmm. Because if I don't find her guilty, if it's a mistrial and we can't agree, then why would I fill out anything? I have to fill out all or nothing. And there's no box for, hey, we're stuck. Yeah. So I can't say no, and then we're stuck. I can't do that. So if I can't fill out the form completely, I don't fill it out at all. That is extremely common. That is very human response.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if they were taking it that seriously, yeah, you wouldn't anyway.
And they're given one copy.
So
there's one copy amongst the 12. This is like special paper. Okay, you can't just make your own. Like, hey, can you give me another? They don't want to write anything until it's ready to be finalized. And the fact that it was confusing, and during their deliberations, the judge took that page from them and gave them a different page, a slightly different one, of that very page that would have been the verdict. So, interesting.
The whole Karen Reed jury thing, it basically reminded me of the voting in Florida that one time. If you're too young to understand that reference, don't worry about it. They made their own doom in that one, but yes. Yeah, the Chad. There you go. Karina's got it. Yep. But yeah, the thing is that in this, I'm really liking how the defense came out. I agree with you that the defense's opening, it sounded much, it doesn't sound like a lawyer wrote it. It sounded like a professional writer wrote it. However, I don't share the opinion that maybe we do share their opinion that I thought it was eloquent. I thought it was perfect. And I thought it did exactly what it needed to do as far as damaging the prosecution's case on Baldwin.
It laid a very firm foundation of an expectation, or at least, well, foundation is the best word. It set out that in the movie world, actors act. And in the movie world, when we have fighting scenes or war scenes or, things like when weapons are used, actors act after someone else makes sure the weapon is safe. He drew that line and made it clear, and he hammered it in as just as fact. It wasn't just like, well, he really didn't have to do that because there's someone else that could have done that. No, he said, this is the way it works. That's why they hire this person. They do the safety thing. They say it's clean. It's a clear, cold gun, ready to go. And so he does it, and it goes off, and it was not a cold gun. But
yeah, well, see, the thing is with this trial is I told a lot of people that, and I've told people this, that personally, due to Baldwin's personal antics and activism and just general demeanor, sometimes and how he's treated, not just Pickles, non-pickle issues, but also just people in general. Yeah, with people in general, I don't like Alec Baldwin. However, I said this from the very start of this, that the gunsmith is the one that's going to get hit with that, and they should. I said that, the gun person, the gun safety person needs to get hit with this, but I don't see an argument for why Baldwin gets hit. I just can't get there. I don't like the guy, but I can't get there. I cannot get there.
Alec Baldwin, going back to the like or hate him, he is the Nickelback of the acting world. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Either you love it or you cannot stand a single note they play. And so he's got this. He's got a very polarized community out there that is aware of him, and that's what we drew the jurors from. But I agree with you. It is going to be an uphill battle for the prosecution to prove that guilt passed all the way down to him. When we know. I mean, they're going to hear that there are people on the set whose job it is to make sure the gun is safe. Mm-hmm. Doesn't that just mean that it possibly isn't someone else's job? I mean, if it's my job at work to make the fries, it's probably not the person who's answering the, welcome to McDonald's, can I take your order? It's probably not their job to make the fries. It's my job. If the fries don't get done, I get blamed, not her. It's a bad example. I used to work at McDonald's many, many years ago. I've got some stories.
I got a better example for you. Like when I was in the military, I did intelligence, so I worked with a lot of groups, and I also worked with a lot of planning missions for planes and whatnot, bombing runs and all that good stuff. And the thing is that if we got the timing wrong, that if the pilot went down, right, or the pilot hit the wrong target, they didn't come back and just go, oh, it's the pilot's fault because he's the end user. No. There's a whole lot of support. There's
who lays the target wrong? Who lays the wrong target?
Right. I planned the target, so maybe I got the wrong target and I checked it and I didn't check the right target. Maybe it's high command that gave out the target coordinates and they were wrong on the coordinates. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the navigators, or the targeting branch of intelligence that I used to work for. Or maybe it's operations, which I also used to work. The intelligence job for the Air Force, just to not confuse people, it covered like 8 different things. But my point is that you can't just look at the pilot and go, your fault. That is never done. Right. That is never done.
Okay,
because he's just the end user.
But at the same time, we can't just say that this happened, because it happened on a movie set, we have a new set of rules. Right? Because they can say prop gun all they want. That gun could be used anywhere else. In a crime, it could be used for hunting. It is a fully functional, legitimate, serial numbered gun. Right? And so there are rules in society that apply to the use of guns, whether or not you're on a movie set. And some of those rules are safety rules, and some of them are common sense, and they're ingrained in kids when they go through hunter safety. That these are the steps when you always treat a gun like it's loaded, never pointed at a person. And we heard some of these from the prosecution, and they're open. And as much as the defense wants to separate this and say this isn't his responsibility, it's been ingrained in a lot of us, especially in the United States, where gun ownership is quite common. I think 1 in 4 homes owns a firearm. That you have this knowledge that every time you pick up a gun, you have responsibility just by virtue of picking it up, there's a responsibility on your shoulders to make sure that you're safe with that gun. And part of that is to making sure it's not loaded. So the jury will have to sort of balance the two, whether it's the in the movie world we're operating only on these rules, or it's the movie world, but in the real world, it's a gun, and you've got to just every time you've got to make sure. I don't know where they're going to.
Yeah, I was going to say because the gun owner and me, because I own a 12 gauge, a 9mm, and a 1911, but the 1911 is more just because it's cool. It's an iconic gun. That's why I have it. Anyway, the gun owner in me absolutely seethingly despises Alec Baldwin on every level possible. From the way he was reckless, to the way he handled the guns, to the way he was on set, to the way, just full swipe on that one of just absolute utter, I don't want to be around this guy, I don't like this guy. You know what I mean? But even still, if you have if I'm given a cold gun, you know what I mean? And I'm a nitwit. Yeah. Here's the thing is that if I'm not a total nitwit and I'm not totally arrogant, I'm going to check it exactly. But here's the problem on guns, because we heard this from the interview with, Dean Winchester.
Yes.
I can't remember his name. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. That you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to open the gun. You're not supposed to look at the mag. You're not supposed to cock it, or rack it, whatever you want to call it. It's given to you as is. That's how you use it. End of the sentence. You know what I mean?
Because
you don't play with it.
If actors,
so the thing is when we get to the he didn't check it, I can't get him on that because according to Dean Winchester, you're not supposed to.
Yeah. If actors were on their own allowed to just open the gun and check the bullets, that's another risk factor because that's a time where things can change, right? And so I think if we're going to hear about the rules, that an actor can check the gun, but it's done in the presence of somebody else, one of those other people that checks it. It's not done on their own. They're not just supposed to
I see what you're saying.
I wonder if we got any dummy rounds in here. This one doesn't shake. I'll put it in anyway. I don't know. Interesting. Jensen says he always checks it. Jensen Ackles.
Jensen Ackles. That's my lookalike, my doppelganger.
Yes.
Quiet chat. It's true. It's all true. Quiet chat.
That's why he calls and doesn't connect on the video. Doesn't want all the attention.
Don't check calling me out. Love chat, but the whole be accountable. But no, the thing is, just real quick, the end part of this is that the thing with the armor is that, and once again, thank you, chat, for reminding me of the name, the armor. That's right. That's what it's called. The thing with the armor is I was going to be flat. I was going to be flat on my back, surprised, if no charges were brought against the armor at all. Just flat out. I was going to be like, wow, okay, that's crazy. But Alec Baldwin, we've got, like you said, you got a much, much, much harder climb. Because it's really hard for me to say, oh, there's all these safety things in place for Alec Baldwin and other actors, and then it fails, and then we look at the actor and go, oh, it's your fault. I'm like, okay, guys, then what's the point of the other safety? At that point, what's the point?
I hear you. I think I can see the point for the movie industry, but the movie industry is trying to adopt a standard that is different from the real world. They're trying to say what we're doing is fake. We try to make it look as real as possible, but what we're doing is fake. So the rules of the real world don't apply to us. And we can pass on that responsibility to somebody else just to speed things up. Because that's all it does.
Yeah.
It adds time to the shoot. The movie shoot is what I'm talking about. If you always have to stop and check things. But if every person, every time the gun changes hands, has to check it. All right.
Yeah.
You ready for lunch?
Yes, sir. I'm ready to run away and leave you alone.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the call. Look forward to talking to you again.
All right. Thank you, brother. Bye.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, we are going to go to lunch. I think we have about an hour, about 45 minutes, so we'll be gone for at least half an hour. If anyone knows exactly what time they're coming back, please let me know. Let me show you a little bit right here really quickly. We have a thumbnail. We have a thumbnail, which we need to start adding things to. I think some people made some changes. Let's see, like this image right here, I think we need to set that as a background. Let's see. Set image as background. Like that. There it goes, full screen. There we go. All right, so this thumbnail we're going to start building on as it goes along. We've had some suggestions. If something comes up in court, obviously, a pair of glasses have to be on here now somewhere. So we need a pair of glasses. We can start putting things on the thumbnail and then adding them. Oh, this is the wrong one, I think. Is this the right one? Hang on a second. Yeah, this is the right one. I'm going to share the link one more time to this. Let me go to this screen so I don't accidentally overshare, because that's embarrassing. Copy link. If you are graphically inclined and would like to join in the fun of building this this thumbnail, I would ask that you not make changes on your own, but if you have a suggestion from the artwork that's in Canva, you can go ahead and join. I just shared a link right there where you can join Canva and participate in building this. We want to follow the instructions, so scroll down through it. Don't just start changing things, otherwise we have to fall back to our saved copy and delete access and only limit it to certain people. So we'll leave that up to be played with as appropriate, and as things change, like as they are right now, I can see live as things are changing. So I can see that, you know, we just had about 24 people just join, and they're going to start creating on here. So it's all good. We'll have the updated one as you change it over lunch for the new one. Only 30-minute lunches? Are you serious? We need a quick break. If it is only a 30-minute lunch, we'll be back. We'll be back very soon. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. We've only got like 15 minutes then. All right. Use your brains, adult brains, nothing inappropriate. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to return maybe in 15 minutes, I guess, and continue with the case as the prosecution begins to put on their case. I think we're ready for witness number 2 here soon. Well, actually, I still think we have some cross from witness number 1. Don't think we're done with that. So we'll continue with that when we come back from lunch. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to the whole exchange, the argument. It's going to get spicy. I think the judge is going to lose control of the courtroom. And I think there's going to be some fireworks. That's what I'm predicting. I'll say that now. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live in minutes, I guess. She said 30, but corrected to an hour. Okay. Thank you. That's a little bit better. We'll go live a few minutes before it goes live, and we'll be back then. All right, you guys have a great lunch. We'll see you on the other side.
Stole it.
Is that correct?